Today is the official 100th episode. It's a pretty cool day of doing this live, live broadcast 100 days later. That's pretty cool. Super groovy. Oh man, temperature was interesting. It's been hot, typically, and then the day before yesterday, some in the middle of the day, cool air outside. Amongst all the smoke and all that stuff going on, there was cool air in the atmosphere. I didn't mention it yesterday, but it seems like the temperature's going back to normal today, or at least what I'm used to during the summertime. To many more blessings as the days come through. Let's see, let's pick a memory. Shoot, there was one point I was living in the desert. It was legitimately the desert. And I was in this room. It wasn't my room. It was a different room, someone else's room. And I did not. I didn't set it up the way I normally do. I had a small altar in that particular place. But man, I tell you what, they had stuffy galore. I don't know what it is when I get to being at a place, things wind up getting cleaned up, cleared out. I don't know. People get into the aspect of doing something different with their environment, and I'm like, sure, I'll help you out. Change is always good, especially when you've been stuck one way for a while. I'll tell you what, Mercury retrograde's going on. I was going to say something about it yesterday. It was in me to say I wanted to say something, but I was like, is it going on? I'm not sure if it officially started yet, but I picked on it because I saw something online afterwards, and sure enough, that's kicked in. And that energy, well, I don't know, it's like desert energy can be a little chaotic at times, as simple as it may be out there. Lack of resources can cause a bit of chaos. But I've learned how to keep my own wherever I go, and so, like I said, retrograde's not all that crazy for me. And as I go over these blessings this morning here in a little bit, I'll clear out some negative energies moving around planetarily wise, so forth and otherwise, and help you be able to have a smooth path along your journey. It's amazing how even a stranger can prompt a response, an emotional reaction, an emotional excitement. And sometimes I've called a telemarketer or something, wanting a product, or maybe I needed some service on, trying to get something on my internet or whatever the case. It's interesting the amount of people I run into. I'll listen to the voice and I'll be like, yeah, I could tell. I think that's this language. Boom, and I'll read a blessing out of nowhere, legit blessing and they're like, they can recognize it in their language, and they're so, I don't know. It's like an instant friend, like instant. You on my team, like I don't care what's happening right now or what the service is or what the world needed us to come together over. But all that frustration and junk aside, I found somebody, made a connection, and because of that connection, you know what? Resolving that situation, each one of them was easy as pie. I mean, just if you know how to make some of the pie crust and chop up an apple, make some glaze, you put that. That's not that complicated. Without instructions, you'd be lost and be like, "Damn, what am I supposed to do? How do I do that?" But it's amazing. Ingredients and recipes are right on the labels of things we buy. And that's one thing I know about whenever I go into the kitchen and I make bread or tortillas or now tortillas are one thing. And once I get into making a certain one thing, I can get into reproducing it pretty effectively. But if I haven't been in the kitchen in a while, if I haven't mixed the baking powder and the flour and the water, I usually typically don't use any yeast. And I've got my methods that I use, and I wound up making up all sorts of fluffy breads and all sorts of stuff. People are like, "You didn't use yeast for this?" And I'm like, "Nope." And they're like, "Huh." And it's really interesting combination of those little basic ingredients, the way it can turn out a different type of pastry or something. But the first time I go in, when I haven't been in there for a while, I know what I'm making. It's not going to come out exactly like I want. It might come out completely different. And I might actually like that completely different. So I might need to keep note on exactly what I did differently in that situation to create a different outcome. Just a little bit different measurement in the ingredients. It's amazing how just a tiny different bit amount of baking powder can change what type of dough, what type of bread, what kind of style you get out that oven once it's done, or once it's done cooking on the stove top, or whatever it be. And myself, I'm always using things in a multifaceted construct. Just because I'm talking about the kitchen and bread, I'm not limiting my mind to people, situations, circumstances, events, likes, dislikes, anything else that I'm doing in the world or creating. I know the first time I get down on it, it ain't gonna come out. And it won't come out just like I want. I need two, three real good creations. That third one, I'm gonna find some perfection. The first one, it'll work. The second one, it'll work and look a little bit better. The third one, it's gonna fit, it's gonna work, it's gonna be perfect. Oh, it's gonna look good too. It takes progress, it takes some little steps of development. And as you go through life, you'll learn your steps of development. Everybody's is a little bit different. Look, I'll share one reality, okay? Um, Tape measure. I fucking suck at a tape measure. Look, I get the eighths, I get the sixteenths, I get the 24s, I get the third, I get all this stuff. I get it. But once we start getting to 64s, you lost me, bro. You lost me. Fuck that shit. I don't give a shit no more. You looking at something else? My eyes aren't that. I'm not crunching numbers that huge. And so, like, typically a tape measure, I'll look at it, I'll be like, man, there's the mark. I could use I could use this as a tape measure. As long as I make the same fucking mark at the same spot, it's gonna get me the same length. I need that length, I'll get that length. I just take my rope, move it over there, same fucking size. Easy enough for me. I do that with a tape measure, I do that with a board, I do that with yarn, I do that with darn near anything. If you use yarn or something to stressors, make sure that you stretch that mug out properly each time and not too stiff because you know that's going to change your length anyways. Everybody has their own methods of what I'm getting at. And I've had people stop and show me, and they're like, this. I'm like, I fucking get it. I get it. I do. I can confirm what you say. I can't converse the shit back. I can't call it out myself. Yeah, we on the mark. We can get there. I can tell you that much. But that's understanding my own process. That's being comfortable with what I know, with what I'm familiar with that, how I know my brain works. I'm just trying to get a darn length. If I need to copy the length, I can copy the length. If you want to call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 1/8, 9, 64, I don't give a shit. The length is what the length is. Are we going to get that length over there? Good deal. That's just me. I'm not doing anything where I'm telling somebody how to build something across the ocean or anything. I'm not doing anything like that. That's not what I'm working on. That's not what I need to. Now I have. I've worked in roofing and construction. I went out and measured the roofs. That's what one of my jobs was. I go out, measure the roof, diagram it out, fraction it out, divide it out, come up with all the legit motherfucking numbers, all the technical data, all the shit you wanted. I can do it. It just wasn't me. I was doing what a company needed me to do. So I adjusted and learned a different way. And that's what really helps us in life is adjusting, learning different ways, learning different methodologies, different abilities, different tactics, different strategies at life. Those things really, they can open up life. Yeah, Diverse Curse, you did come to the right place. That is for sure. If you're still here in just a little bit, uh, in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, I'm going to start going over some blessings, and that's going to continue on for about an hour and a half or so continuously. And those are blessings in a various multitude of languages. Uh, I've learned it best in my life to utilize anything that is an advantage, anything that is a blessing and a good thing in life. People have learned to judge, they have learned to be distant, and I've learned how to pay attention and say, you know what? That culture, they're not out trying to hurt people, they're just trying to protect themselves. I get close, I make a friend, I get within the community, I learn, I become a part, I share in their ceremonies, and when I leave, I'm going to take that ceremony with me. I didn't steal it, they share it. I'm going to take what was shared with me, and I'm going to share that with other people in the world, and that much I found very much plenitude of blessings in disguise, blessings that other people would pass up and not care much for. Though finding my fellow brothers and sisters in this world, that's all that right there for me. Resident, hold on, what is that name? Resident are evil. I'll take it. What's your question, bro? They might have left, but Resident Evil, if you're still here, Resident or Evil, uh, I'll be happy to answer your question. Warm blessings to you, GZ42. Yo, here's interesting about Chester. I don't know who Chester Copperpot is, but Chester, whoa, that's actually a powerful one right there. You might think this is kind of funny, but look, this is part of my altar. I always make sure and have a good old Chester around. And look, there's going to be some Cheeto bags that you buy. I ain't trying to sell Cheetos. I ain't endorsed by them. That'd be cool though. I would fucking do that. But Chester Cheetos, Chester's on the fucking bag. There's some of their stuff, and Chester, his name ain't there. It's an imposter, bro. I'm telling you. But legitimately, the the name Chester essentially means reinforcements. It means support. It means an actual group of people coming to support. And words are power. Going back to the root of what that word's meaning is power to actually have that within the home, within the space. And so to be aware of that kind of stuff, you don't need, I'm there, Shisha. Notice shit all over the place. Yo, Nimlo, yo, for real, man. Gotta work hard for certain things in life. You want something worthy, man, you gotta put in the time for it. That time could go be on a thumb going like this. It could be, clicking the TV. It could be working, running, walking, talking, hustling, whatever you be doing, man. Like, that's a for real. So, you know, it's kind of funny because it's like almost if you ask for something on the internet, it seems to pop up. Seems like somebody's offering a product or somebody's doing or something's happened. So there was one person I was with for many years and they came back and they told me many times, they said, you are exactly what I asked, what I prayed for. And I was like, okay. And she took me around over the course of 2 years talking to people she talked to her whole life about what she prayed for. And I showed up and they were all like, "Yup, she told us," and "Yup, you look like it." But she'd always say the funny thing was she did not specify a gender on the person that she was trying to manifest. Well, Papa ate the universe fuddy if you don't specify something. Oh, I'll tell you what, the best of both worlds. That's a place to be right there. You just stuck in one, man. Okay, that's cool. That's groovy. But shit, I want the rainbow. I want the whole spectrum. I want like all of it. I don't want just one flavor. I want all flavors. I like chocolate, but I won't be stuck with chocolate. I like vanilla, but I won't be stuck with vanilla. You know what I'm saying? Let's bring it on a little flavor more. Let's get the banana split, that kind of stuff. Mm. Yes, please. Shit. I'll tell you what, I couldn't exist, I couldn't be. In the past few many years on our earth, people actually fought for particular freedoms because those freedoms were legit and real, and people had a voice and people stood up. I said, "Oh shit, I don't exactly fit their mold, but I think I fit into their group somehow. So I'm gonna go ahead and use those freedoms they fought for, that they won through laws, wars, all sorts of things that's happened in our past. We use the word witch and we throw it around like it means nothing. But I tell you, the real word, the real name was wish. And I'll also actually type it out for you. It's WYCHE, pronounced wish, like a wish. That's what it was. That's who they were originally. Witch. It's a layman's term. It's something that people aren't familiar with. They don't really know what they're talking about. It's like when I'm talking about history with somebody, somebody will say chain mail, and we all know what they're talking about. But right away in my face, in my mind, I envision a chain fence. It was just called mail. If I'm talking to anybody who knows their historical shit, they're going to say mail. They don't need to throw in the word chain. Chain was never historically associated with the word mail. It's actually redundant in what it's saying. They were not very redundant in the historical past because if they were, they wouldn't have built anything to get where we are. Some people are okay and they survive, and redundant is acceptable. Other people, they want to grow and develop, and so they must explore, do, and create. So I find it very interesting. I honestly, I've never looked up uh, conservative, this, that. I don't know people's perception of what that is or this is or I don't fucking know. So you could throw me in whatever category you want. That's your perception. That doesn't mean that's what I've chosen. But I am very conservative in my life in the aspect that I'll think about buying something, even food. I'll have money to do it and I'll think about it and I'll want it and I've been wanting it for years, for a long time, and I'll convince myself I don't need to get it. I don't need to bother myself with it. I have what I need and I'm making progress and that's good as good needs to be. And there are other times where the realist in me will pop up and say, bro, you need this because what you got is insufficient right now, so you go get what you need. And so those different aspects in me are going to pop up and do take place. I am able to be flexible and shift my perspective on things. I certainly don't care to be wasteful. That's for sure. We've done enough wasting in this world. But to each their own, as they do as they live. The way I live is not necessarily how you should live. You don't need to follow me and do what I do. You live your life and how you like to live it. I've not gotten into politics throughout my life. I did give a public political comment at one point in my life because I was questioned and oh man, that state of my life, well, the story goes back a while. But I was just connecting with a little rebelliousness in that comment. I don't kind of, I do. I made, I made made a redemption video on that actually. It's on YouTube. I believe I did. I believe it is. And but in any regard, I've not been one to be politically aware of what's going on in the world on the big because well, there's a whole bunch of junk going on within that I'm never going to know. And if I want to find out and I want to know, well, I'm going to come out smelling covered in nastiness. I'm going to be smelling nasty. I know that much, and I don't care to do that. You can see me and perceive whatever you want to see, but I'll tell you what, I like a clean smell. I like not smelling like motherfucking body odor or something that come out, the back end. You know what I'm saying? So on that regard, I typically stay out of that stuff because it's a junk show anyways. And if you want to do something real and meaningful in that area, essentially your life's on the line. I know that much. I think everybody knows that much. You want to be a white knight, you want to be a good guy, it's just like medieval history all the way into today. Nothing has changed. The rich knights, the people at the top, they could kill, they had money, they were rich, they had political influence, they could decide what people do, and I find those three things do not usually make a good person. They usually create a very bad person. They usually create a very self interested person. I'm not saying nobody good was there. There were some white good knights. There were some good guys doing the right thing, trying to find for the good thing. But they were few and far in between, and that's why a lot of them went out way early, and we got painted a whole nother story of history by the victors who slaughtered the innocent. And does not that day continue even into our very day? Why are men shelling fragments of explosives at each other? But they're not shelling it at each other, they're shelling it at each other's people. Yeah, I'd rather not get into all of that. Stay connected by some magnets. Hey, break that bond whenever I need to. That was one aspect I will mention that I do appreciate learning as a youth, and I've mentioned how I grew up in the past and all of that on previous days. If you've been paying attention and following a bit, you know my background, and they did instill some real good qualities into me, and I've been able to keep a sense of myself in my world, in my journey. But that's what I walk through in my past. It's not what I gotta walk through in the future. I know how to speak beautiful things into existence. And I understood that no man or person, woman, and nobody is more special than me, nor am I more special than them. We are truly equal in our divineness. And whether that's come out, whether that's what's become predominant in a person or not, it's like seeing a flower sprouting, growing out the ground, man. I could care less. Let's give it what it needs. It's gonna go through its stages. It's gonna be weak at first, man. One little topple over, that little sprouting ass, fragile as all get out. But just give it a year, dude. Just give it a couple years. Even it's gonna start developing bark on that mug. It's gonna be able to survive some hits. It's gonna be able to take some stuff. It'll be able to survive the weather and the sun. Its roots within 3 years they're gonna get nice and deep, so that it's gonna grab water from down under the ground, where the water really is being. However long it might take for which trees, they all grow at different rates and all that good stuff. There's lots of little ups and downs and minutia and all that kind of stuff. There's a few processes I'm working. We're going to get to these blessings here sooner than later, 3 minutes. Um, though what I found is I've got processes. Number one, we're in imagination zone. We're in what could we do? We're dreaming. We're brainstorming. That's the word or phrase that we're brainstorming. And while we're brainstorming, there's no thunder. There's no like creation necessarily happen. We're this is free talking. It's interesting how sometimes when I'm talking in the brainstorm phase, people will come in and they'll be like, "No, here's this rule, and you have to do this first and second and third." And I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! I'm not there yet. I know that comes. I'm in brainstorming mode. Then I'm gonna move into material gathering and hard planning. Now we can start talking about one, two, threes. You can make a plan, write it out. Don't just tell me to write it out and read it to me. Shit, now we got it. We always going to remember it. We're going to get our materials. We're going to get our tools. We're going to have everything we need in front of us. Plans, materials, tools, boom. Brainstorming became planning and material acquisition. And now we're in work mode. Now we are in construction mode. We're not planning, we're not redesigning, we're not going back to the drawing board. We know what we decided on and we're moving with it. If we have to adjust because of some unknown circumstance, we'll adjust as we need to. But we know what our plans are, that's what we're going to stick to, that's what we got the materials for, on and on and on. So for me, myself, it's important to understand which mode or phase I'm actually speaking in and thinking in, because I've found a lot of people they're in planning and material acquisition or construction mode, and they're like, that's what they're mentally, and that's what they're communicating to me. I'm like, no, 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 whoa, 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 you're way, whoa, and sometimes people just can't understand that. They want to control the project. They want to control the ending from the very beginning. And I'm like, whoa, this is team effort here. If anything, team effort. That doesn't mean I'm controlling it or you're controlling it. Let's, anyways, I felt that was important to share at the moment. Mentioned it before. I mentioned it again for the jam. If you really want to take complete advantage of it, it's a long sit through, and so some people fall asleep, and that's okay too. Though just simply to close your eyes allows you to connect with the energy that's moving. This is a quantum experience. This is a reality. I've got some documents and articles, some science stuff I've shared before, and I think I got an article. I do have an article from yesterday that I found that I'll share some bits of that later on today, supporting this reality. And so, in the reading, in the sound, in the energy, in the connection, simply closing the eyes, that collapses the distance of matter, of physical substance in between us. Because as you close your eyes, your soul literally jumps on that astral flow. And essentially, what I'm reading, what I'm going over here, uh, number one, it's given an immense amount of blessings. Number two, if you do decide to jack in, literally what will happen is your soul will have the juice to go and do what it needs to do, not by the conscious mind, but by what it desires to do, what it desires the most. And the more one connects, the more one increases their energy field and their resonance, the more one is going to connect with this energy. The longer one's been meditating really doesn't matter. And the reason why is because it's all about your heart. If you've got a pure heart, you're on it, you're flowing. If your heart says, I got to get this, give me that, I'm taking advantage, I have bad intentions, it's going to be boom, 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 boom. It's not flowing. It's stuck way back, and the current of energy is flowing on. So it's not a curse. It's not a bad thing to you. It's just your heart, and that's why all you got to do is close your eyes. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest a boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee, preserve contained in thy sphere to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boss and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwenvale, light the blight that be dark and night in our right. Zikia Compasiana Compasi, Dingetia Compasi, Lingadana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi secure was on Putura, the head Hirusha, and the Sirukai Korkutijeni was Maha for us who give us a toll by Gator to which is second and a on Basharamantaya Suwagum Bashamanatayas, Varan Nunanida no Nuranina Nodanina Nodanaran, Dumba Mongshin Shong, Wanishanain, Tarias Wakomishanai, Antrayazva, on Bamimbron, on Jitrashita Parano Tosuva, on Jitrashi Yatrashi Varatasva, Rudadida, King on Dunning Tong, Chong Hang Kong, Hong Chong Strong, on Hayabi Sharmantayas work, Om Hayaba Shamanatayas, Baha, Zaha, Himon Kong, on Amakusana, Dan Kong, Namahas Mantapasharam Hum, who had all the Ring on Kong Hong, on Anai Mayasua, Kong and Ayar Mayas, Baha. Sring on Kong Room on Hino Kisher Cat Paradise or Wagom Jorfi Hitch and Dogi Chivatis Paha Nunanina no Nunanina Kring on Problem Pong on Chirichi Patrias Wagom Shijai Paratayas Baha Olo Golo 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 Gong Jing Krung Napashano Swak Manakarki Buba Bibu Bear Bear Ongamin Reno Sisiki was on Putura, the head Hirusha, and Susirukai Korkuti Jenny was Maha Tortugi Servitos, I paid the two deep shockings and a Sarabman, but Shukushu Baru Kilmaka, Bomo, Lala, Pogo Geta, Bobo, Lugarana, Barrico, Sharubak, Stanabola, Saruba, Krikun, Belu, Motion, Nebo, Poruna, Yuvin, and Campan, Belu, Golo, Hilarbari, Shukela, Gabolo, Kilma, Mama, Guris, Luma, Bobo. Maruka Ragezi Gigi Magampra Namru Patalamu Zukin Kidilano Shaju Mashanana Sarolim Barmaratu Sisi Mashinana Una Armangi Tumtuku Rakaki Lugu Situa Kinman Gai Gola Sikot Nene Gon and their carry Kamtalaku Panu Tuku Kakumash Karsana Sagari Mashti Sharu Mala Makakadagu Godor Marata Gorbo Maru Tukura Curious Sorur Banmaskin Tutu Dediku Gim Luga Dermaki Panu Tuku and the Lugaran Makia Panropishu Sarulimuna Banatatu Zari Mashukarano Zulumon Dorbo Gir Balagna Taramadu Doga Tuku Mashmashti Surim Mashanur Surim Mashur Sisera Petit Kubara Zuzukan Palu Kolab the Borakin Boy at King Batatimu Waru Kakutamu Minuam Gashti. We are also to know whom is found perfect before the Netherlands of coming out Shinyu. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also to know as the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nethanim of Kamiel Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nathanum Depkamiel Sharnu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the pillar and Jedjedjedatu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Abarni tu Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen from darkness to be released. They connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so, in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kidamatonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronofus will confirm. Lady at all set and Nebosod Api, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Liliki Minush Kirila Staxare Pertu Marticuli Turkni Ishli Ya Luar Mesh Ikin Meshari Lusayansi Yamigel Ara Totumu Jirsha Isaya Riaga Riaga Biesha Biesha Jirika Jirika Dubira Blaka Isaya Riega Limutukuru Kima Kutri Kitili Shami Ina Zumria Isaya Ina Zumria Riega Ina Zumria Biesha Ina Zumria Silika Ina Zumria Dubira Ina Zumria Blaka Ina Zumria Tatara Zumria Tatex Ina Zumria Karupa Ina Zumria Tasarnika Nish Mashkap Tulu Tamatunu Nish and Kibel Gimrilu Tamatunu Nish Mashtuk Mashmashalani Lutamatunu Nish Kish Parkamikunu Lutamatunu Ina Zumria Lutabrasama ya Ardun and E Bar Nanim Nini Baterik Bagabaez, Agabaez, Baperik, Benim, Bardun, Niar, Corboria, Rimba, Kiyak, Sakaki, Kia, Saututi, Kia, Soru, Kia, Kutulu, Shrim Vajra Verkani, Rim Paswaha, 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 Shrim Vajra Verkani, Rim Paswaha. Anushu Bamgi Gapsuki Sharika Gorasha Romara Yaring Guru Kalamasni Kudingarni Naguru Nakshrana Kupariasha Shugmur Kutu Ziana Kampaziki Kampaga Lubara Tarbara Shakbaragi Kimbara Lalbara Telolbara Maskimbara Lutuparaipa Barala Latubara Lasubara Rakaru Bara Rukubara Kagolor Barali Litu Bara Tukzuladina Zula Lazuladina Zuki Kim Suladina Zumula Suladina Zuringe Suladina Zumaskim Suladina Zubare Dina Zu Siana Kampasi Kia Kampa, Musiki Barayin, Anisha Short Gishnu or Masha Zigar Bariezi Garcio Manari, Zisharma Zigatam Sayen, Doria Shaki or Kuak Barlin Boob. Dianum dia Sarasavito Mandia Vartin Ariana Sagis Serisana Sani Vista Kiora Parma Kulu Plan Kariti Hari Haran Maya Baputo Sanka Karan Namaskaran Mantra Ramitra Yartam Home Rim Rabar Yartam Home Soria Yartam Home Rim Panab Yartam Home from Kukarianam Home from Pusnertam Home from Heranga Parharianam Home Rim Mari Kariatam Home Marika Yartam Home Shrim Savitra Namaha Om Pram Arkadia Namaha Om Prabhaskara Namaha Om Pram Shrim Om Shrim Pram Pra Sorry for sorry Yana Yara Maha Parasi Yasha Samaskara Nieko Forte Dine Dine Ayo Pressam Balam Viram Tesha Tesam Kaji Yarate On Kring Kring Hong Kring Monker was or Hong Kring Bang Shmasha Kashapia Kashapia Episha Mushepishtia Timati Norkuto Shula Limli Shuli Surbu Tuku Epitashunu Kima Man Artu Inatiki Tu Shunulu Tumanakulu Bruyi Shunulini Shumanakulu Ordinin Shunoliti Shurmanakulu Tari Karamashaluti Shakarshapti Sharushi Arpushi Shurpi Orki Shurpuyush Siningar Gokok Shabakambang Gibi Gera Gibil Kashu Mani Anduru Tushte Sherlani Golgari Marki Ishbari Yazi Yazi Finger Kara Kampam Intimoto Persamitok Shabubana Shamtolina Ishbar Bagi Bil Bagiarazi Agakama Kaman Nur Shariulin Kunushi Shariulay Kurmushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Sharu Yudanua Kunulin Putina Zumria Yutrapasama Agamasaratu Ismasarati Sharmoshi Shuru Shishalim Nutizi Zanamaya Wani Raputi Shimayata Patapi Dinatina Watilinda Osi Kumushi Wani Mushiti Yamasarati Ismasarati Baits Masaratu It's Masaratu Yamasaratu Garaborgonish Moskori Yamasaratu Zikia Kampag Baragolomanetski Ashatapara Masaratu Bara Vishnum Klim Visnarberg Nam Home Sam Kumberari Kartam Hatu Muter Kubera Never Korto Teprom Priviatu Pumitevia Metal Muter Nuxek Rumariaki Nanetep Sartari Nekep Tasu Kore Ter Deception Mercerio Tuxul Torata Isaron Hami Sanari Kartnamha Omiam and Trigar Kamha Kurstrump and Traum Tejas Dr. Naya Metan Quepstrum Nuxek Satanaum Zex Tentakis Wexaka Kartek Ananeka Bektag Nari Ser Tefsaruna Pek Merkula Kutulu Tata Lagnium Ramagnari at Namaha Omam Yamari at Namaha Happy Yama Mazaratu Taraya Metan Happy no copy Sek Sarunam Sex Tesek Tek Huineke Erte Eker Tana Nekte Erta Morvatu Yan Yadlian Ginariti Raxasong Samrak Sasari at Namaha From Varunari at Namha in Serparuna Ratu Selmalaria Metanin said no team said Seki Sarinam Sex Saruna Pigments of Sanutuni Kupitera Mautun Drates of Sitting Garanakambazing at Kia Kambaza Beo Biomium Bior Namha Morsiri Morkla Molu Mormatu sitting at Anakambazing at Kia Kamba Tuxutora Tata Kutulu Tata as I do the Takala Yan Lilian Kisam Beo Member Martin Namahar Bramuna Mumahat Mazaratu over Kesraya Metan Caprano Capram Capra 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 Capru Capra Capru Nebin Kit Caprasha Capram Primera Molulu Azatuti Takala and Esratin Nebumaha Jojarate Saramas Fateo Miket Depsek District Manaru Tef Mesu Furniture Om Hrim Hrom Suryari Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yartnamaha Om Im Hrim Shrim Mangali Yartnamaha Om Im Shrim Bamburi Yartnamaha Om Hrim Brahmaspati Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yartnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Samshana Yartnamaha Om Im Hrim Rob Yartnamaha Om Im Hrim Ketu Yartnamaha Jabakusumu Samkasham Kashya Peyamaha Dayurtim Tamurim Sarva Papagnam Pranatos Mindi Vakaram Dari Shankati Shorpam Kishor Ortanava Sampapam Namami Shashartam Somam Shambur Mukurta Bushartam Tarani Karpa Samputam Vedu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pramamiam Preyangu Karika Sharma Bruperna Pratimam Burham Somyam Somya Gurum Pertam Burham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shirlam Chakurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Trukasham Tam Namami Prayaswati Nimankutam Rina Labam Dega Lam Paramam Kurum Sarvasa Stravataram Parikabam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamam Kurajam Chachari Yamatarna Sambutam Tam Namame Sanaswara Matakariam Mahavyariam Chandradija Vimurtaram Samikil Korbasam Butam Tam Rahum Pranamamiam Palasha Puspasam Kasha Tarakar Karahamastakam Rom Rodom Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamiham Pramamorari Triporakari Panushashi Burmi Surtobura Shakurusha Shukra Shani Reuketu Sarvagraham Mama Supra Paratam Kurume Shanti 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 On board wars war Om Tata Vitor Pariam Barkut Vasya Dirmi Hindiunino Chaduraya Om Tata Swaha Hariam Tata Swaha Nanasin 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 Yanamra Siti Asini Yanana Basamangana Sayaki Akampa Magabati Yanana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Yamagia Kamagia Zagastena Kiashtak Voice Nabokuru 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 Nabokurios Morkurios Yastrotu Yankarku Yazer Nabo Morzasi Fornes Kampa Las Harkashera Talaskanpa, Nebos Hatantuskanpa, Yakashia, Sashia, Kukulomani, Yashia, Markali, Story, Yagushia, Yanani, Yatnani, Yashtapa, Marchacha, Karani, Yaramilo, Yachia, Story Kanpa, Vietnamese arma kampa bisarma kampa ya bijur lor ki shmashuru ya tor ya zolu chis katmani ya taria chi upartada katmani ya kanpa sininga rudu ya kampa sininga rushtu ya kampa si shrasera la kujita rudu kanpa ya shra kanpa ya nan korma samaru yang kor ya zian kampa yang gor ya zian ya Kampaya Kantala Mankia Tarakampa Marukumu Paru Sgalia Dagia Mamba Board Nesia Marutuku Yotuku Surim Sugurim Sarim Sakarim and Sanagasana Ganba Kuku Nini Kamano Yarduki and Darayasi Bartuba Luba Kuba Kerikuba Gaka Kampa does the exact but Pasag Baron Noiseligan Ushubianki Gapsuki Shariki Godashes Yaramara Yadi Guru Kalamas including Yanin Apu Unix and Kukariash Kutu Ujovajani Precious Tastal Mam Jujajva Granatram Goni Parani Devi Vati Prandiaranu Pratam Chalasi Vishvahar de Om Devi Kadianya Namaha Katia Yarne Mahamadya Mahayogin Yadeshwari Nam Kupsur Tam Devi Parti Meku Namha Isarosra Diana Hekata Demete Kali Nana Gichi Marni Ton Om Bodabo Swaha Tasavita Rabani Barkulubasya Diamahiti Union Pratchulad Ipsos Ipshosh Wanashanta Torora Taroro Ratara Rotor Bra Ungong Genging Ong Kring Hong Bong Hong Shen Kutong Gong Dong Bang Malapaka kita guru kita marada karbon wadu kakuda musari mashikarano working gubara demo sorry mashikarano wadu kakuda mo lugar marada karbon malapaka kita gadu kakuda musari mashikarano working gubara demo wadu kakuda mo lugar marada karbon malapaka kita Om Trambak Majames Tim Pusti var Haramor var Kami Vabanat Yor Mukeli Yarter Namha Rim Hum Chum Shrim Mahogu Jerry Gag Shong Hum Chong Kujerika Krom Chom Hum Mamarea Agri Forana Kurazi Leum Shukrayat Namha Shum Shrim Mombasta that he Shukrayas Vaha Kring Kali Hum Swaha Sarva Vista Medehi Memaha Namaha San King Jo Julang Dan Jun San King Shoshu Wulang Tin Jun Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Ramerti Rame Manorame Sastur Nam Taturian Ram Nam Varnarne Umbane Karikat Namaha Umakanan Hari Abedharmar He Pakratunda Yadir Mahitano Danti Pratudaya Pakrantunda Mahakarya Sori Kurti Samapra Neor Koiram Kurume Deva Sarva Korea Shur Sarvara Shri Guru Suran Suraj Mane Mukure Surhor Parnura Guvarti Maja Surjorda Kufor Chorburki Hintarnu Janiti Sumiro Puman Kumor Borburi Vigedahu Mohe Harahu Koleso Vigar J Hariman Gangunsar Sigar J Kardis Tihulu Jarika Ram Tudali Bar Dama Jani Purpa Pavan Surta Mahamahavya Vigramba Jurangi Kumarini Volsumeti Kesarangin Kanchan Varan Karesu Bese Karankundo Kuji Kesa Hotposro Wardu Warje Garage Karte Morchale Kurto Jet Sankor Suvan Kusrin and Dantesh Prata Mahajak Varandan Vijavan Guniati Chaturam Koshkari de Guator Produceri de Surapi Kurasia Ramarkan Sitaman Basia Sri Guru Sharan Suj Rajni Mane Mukure Sura Parnu Ragupavi Maja Sujor Raku for Chorpuri Tarnu Janiti Sumiro Kumor Borburi Vieda Hu Mohe Harahu Koles of the Gorje Hariman Gangunza Sigarje Kardisti Loku Jarika Ramtu Tata Yaparama Jani Putra Pansar Namaha Mahavir Vikram Vashani Kumati Nivor Sumeti Sargi Kachan Varam Village, so Bessakan Kundokushi Case, a hot wash road, Porsche, Poroje, Kotem, Bortni, Jorge, Hushoje, some course of Antisanin, Nantish Pratama, Hajak Parlan, Vidivan Kunia, teacher to Ram Koshkari Pekua, Tor Prabu, Toritis, Beko, Hasia, Ramkan, Sitaman Basia, Sukshma Rup, Dari, Siarki, Karva, Vikar Rup, Dari, Ramkot, Jarava, Bimaru, Dari, Asor, Sankar, de Ramachandra Keka, Sandvarte, Varia Sajivala Kanji, Arye, Sri Ragu Verharishi, Olaria, Ragu Parigini, Bawut Bardai, to Montpellier, Borati, Seven by Sarhaspartan, Tumhoro, Yashkar, Deus, Karkishri Pati, Kanto, Ricardo, Sankari, Permani Munesun, Rat, Sarat, Sarhira, Yesa, Yam, Ku, Porja, Kide, Kaviku, Karhi, Sake, Kahanke, Tumu Kosugrave, Internal Rambilar, Yesuras Pandena, Tomorrow Montrovi Parsian Manalan Kosur Maria Subjana, Yug Sahasra Jojan, Barnuli, Yurtargi Marvor Toru, Jarnu, Prabhu Mutrika Milim Mukmar, Hijavat Pilangi Gardea, Sharajna, Hedor Gam, Kaz Jagat Kejates, Sur Gramanu Grahatim, Rete, Ram Duare, Tumragvare, Wanar, Diabirno Pasar, de Subsukrahe, Tumari Saran. Tumrakshat Karhuko Darna Apante Samharo Paiten Hunlo Kanter Kante Burpisarchni Karnar Hiena Vema Verjabna Hamsurnave Nasro Harde Sapir Japarner and Hanuman Bersan Karse Hanuman Jordave Monkaram Vajan Jan Julve Superbrand tappes vera jatin kekas og tum sarja or maruga chukol ve sorkia mi javan for parvecher an yupper tap tumhara hari persiegar oje ara saru san kertum rakware sorne kandan ram tuhare ashta sirhina near hi kerlata us vardin janki dukpisra ve Ant Kaguragu ver porja ye jaran janambari karbari ye ordev tajitna dar hi Hanuman ser hi sorve sukar hi sankar karte mitte saper jusmer Hanuman paper jj Hanuman kosin krip korhu koru dev jarna hinjo sarpa pat kare kor hi jorter hi parti mahasur kor hi jor hi akarte Hanuman charisa horgi sergi sarki korhi sutusira saras haris chera karje tasarari min derap varne Shankar Haran Mangomorti Rup Ram Lakan Sita Sahit Hardari Yabasa Husor Book Om Maharaja Vajrosi Savarasha Sarpaja Fumum Ganesharanam Charandi Varinyam Hong Namahapu Om Mem Hrim Shri Mem Glom Mem Nama Bhagavati Vatali Vari Varomuki Varumuki Antantini Nama Runda Rutini Nama Jambe Japini Nama Mohe Mohini Nama Sambe Sambini Nama Sarva Dusta Pradusta Ham Sarve Sam Sarva Varik Siraja Jordamukati Jivasan Manam Kuru Kuram Vasyamim Klum Tai Taha Taha Umasraya Pahat Swaha Ani Mani Mane Mamane Shira Sharite Shami Shabita Samu Mukutabi Shabia Shabi Sobi Shabi Shaya Genisinti Shabi Tarani Uruki Parshani Nebita Bantara Nebita Tandra Shudai Purim Kure Yara Shuga Sami Bori Big Titre Taruma Risherte Sogino Kushara Pasha Shudai Matara Shana Roka Shara Shata Pataro Bayanana Tayara Zara Makara Roki Moki Rata Nedeta Hade Chinedi Chiari Naratonari and Arnabi Kunabi Akinakari Kadari Sandari Matuguchi Kori Boroshani Ashi Devi Devina Devi Roga Taga Tuga Atanai Tada Tana Kushire Tada Shira Hachi Borasene Suruparane Patani Surupa Shovatani Shubatani Soyahabi Shani Soyinikarani Soyahagarade Rasarate Sorupasuya Mishikiara and I Sorupasaru Mosroserte Sorupasaru Lekio Sharaya Togira Shirikiri Anya manya mane mamane sira karite sama samita besanta muta muta tama sama ave sama chaya xina santa samita running loke besa preto vixari ni hidu amintade ni viste amintade parisuli ukule mukule parade sukansi sama pelo beruke dam pari kisite sama ne gorsani ne gor ni bai vesudani matrosiata ruto slari xaya vartaya vakule balu ramani tais ha Shvala Mahashvala Ketu Yamuke Arata Portanota Notavati Tini Sitini Notavati Swaha Tate Tate Nata Devanata Nari Nari Kunani Swaha Gari Kandari Kanari Matangi Pukasi Sakula Brusili Sisi Swaha, Itime, Ruhe, Swaha, Adana Pati Dana Botani, Dana Krisol, Dana Sarhadi, Sarada Padi Purpasani, Sabatani, Apatani, Sampatani, Tamapadi Site, Samapadi Site, Samganekatani, Tamapadi Site, Sabra Sarvata Kuslon, Cates, maybe Pretty on a party, Patani, Patali, Swaha. Sasikam Sahu, Ong Hong Chong, Gong Hong Chong, Gong Tong, Gong Him So, Hong Ring Ring, Gong Sor Hung, Mong Hong Ching, Haring Hara, Ring, Gong Hiru Sor Hara, Hong Bam Dum, Mong Grang Ring, Glung, Ong Pramping, Blung, Ong Grang Ring, Glung, Ong Grang Ring, Glung, Ong Grang Ring, Hong Kong Ling, Hong Blam Ling, Blung, Chong Ching, Hong Kong Ling, Hong Chong Ching, Hong Kring Ching, Hing, Bam Dum, Chong Ching, Hong Gong, Ching, Gong Ching, Haring Ara, Ong Hero Sort of Wanking So, Ong Bong the Boom, Danichi Naora, Pashadat, Pamashuku Naora, Max of Yahumu Shu Naora, Nasam Baba Tramira Naora, Ombatata Sahara Hum Fukushi Naora, Mamogi Sirai, Kushi Naora, Muru, Kanali Matangis Baha, Bullshit and Bush no Namo Bagabort Nisai, Omru, School is Falatis, the Sulu Parasabatas and Hanis Baha, Short Kanjis, I Bos Zomlo Lix Baha, Daisy, she Bos Zom, some Jumps Baha, Tarabos Namas Matabukaram, Kuru or Babet had a telling Nis Baha, Sanjo Sanjin Kanjis, I Bos Zom, was on Dharmati, Pato Kanjis, I Bos Su, Mantru Baba Humpas Baha, Georgian Kanjis, I Bos Omaha Kurun Kais Baha, Jordai Kanjis, I Bos Kalakoli Kundis Baha, Nordian Kanjis, I Bos Parmeser Malis, Follow whom Kongor Sato, Vashre Satpaha, Hardia Bos, Dishi Shuk Abijari is Baha, Fortune Bos, Samias, Mojo Bos, Manamakamo, Bos, Matres, Baha, Jiso Bos, Haha, Besmais, Baha, Kokor, Zor, Bos, Namal Kasagar, Bari, Omalik, Malay, Mulis, Baha, Nicole Bos, Dotis, Baha, Kolo Bos, Kangabai, Baha, Pudul, my own Namas, Manta Bashanam, Kanamorosanas, Bota, Yahu, tried Ham. Kozdanze my own Sumbani Sumba hum Shashra hum Fight Kundari my own Mantra hum Fat Taidoku my own Sri Kala Rupa hum comes Baha Konkur Yasho my own Vajra Yaksa hum Aizen my own Maraka Vashru Snisa Vasha Sarvasha hum Pam Rogishaku my own Maruro Kuntas Baha Samboko Jium Kubai Kabai Svaha Kunkur Song Kunginum Fishrak Sarvasharam Svaha Senishi Doji Janasi Svaha Chico Kutrum Trust Pramarana Svaha So Chotanum Virudak Yaksi Patai Svaha Komokut Kurtenum Virupax and I get Patai Svaha Tomotanum Visrupana Svaha Pentatinum Sarasvati Svaha Teko Kutruma Kalari Svaha Kichi Jotrama Sri Svaha Kari Taimum Tulmari Ariti Svaha Taikini Tenomri Svaha Marishit Nomarisi Svaha Tashukung Tenomri Kaum Svaha Om Bramber Harnar Barun Serharie Bramim Partum Vermanaria Vilmahe Harania Goparia de Mahitano Brahma Prajuraya Rom Chaturmukari Vilmahe Mesrudaria de Mahitano Brahma Prajuraya Romim Himshrim Hum Sosa Chikam Bram Brahma Jashanam Prataram Purusha Vihi Marapushu Vinabaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshar Param Brahma Tashmeshri Kurve Namaha Usaknep had Betkinti Amkabina Horror Roti Afium Ketnebosset Ket the Su Utunesor Korti Hapasti Tartuyor and Stefan and Besekne Marit Canamius or Tutor and Betimartu for Uru Kalmius Keru Nekerun Kanaminti Anatepepsera Kerun Neberu Sekriun Babuin of Temptin Sapuari above I who a checker key Neheb Ko Nehem Furches or Tep on a picture boo. Trampriem tror si floridi loridi vingi tror vingar ner mot armati sa chef per väg och från lori trvenia på moskelo då skulle vi ha jag då fin fri life för en life Ording för garda fri där för tryckils vitering gesrikar ser tegs vir tar Belter baltor brandfield de kor froti frofin vikar viskar vir sigir area prosonskior fredai Skultung skerfi serming yang vi järgling skerfin och fader haran hen kar hen kus hen kuro skigor mi bi förärdi bi flindis vi dos vi tre Sleipnir, Helgel, Mir, Svor, Guntra, Fjom, Fimbutur, Sliddir, Slig, Rig, Leptir, Gil, Mospil, Niflheim, Elka, Gargir, Kogepi, Merok, Komel, og Dulma, Bori, Bor, Best, og Ordin, Ville, Vesur, Mongam, Gvelk, Mer, Ostry, Vestry, Nordry, Sydry, Mikor, Asator, Northfi, Northfi, Nate, Nagla, Fari, Oron, Lereor, Telling och ser deskin faxi hörin vaximum det peris lunes solor vakos finspirer tiverker serik ser mio ver finskir harti hon vidinsen i harn videori att vågla kämpen gå för motsors diotori nej niet i nord tri ostri vestri atir voli norne nervin ten bifjur bofur bambur nori ori nor oin morfin ner vi kondo fin tortori Filikili fundin valley tror droin dekli virtur norrad regrads fin drov nero fari hord hagstradi heidluf groen dori ori lu van vari hepti fili horsi ora or berlier lu for skier vir skor fin aiari Jarngis erkins skarti fu frosti fingin nor jagt als hier weer verdarnis god de pik litnier himmel biog var skifs hier skep Gimli alflim nadling bedblain vars vegs fosfus fosli virloni vins vola saras niorodin frig Loki Avinar Yama Pana Yavis Noda Maria Mana Samaria Visayama Gortastam Botadariam Vistarayatararia Samasara Katarare Diviadurni Mokarde Parimpala Pokaskarde Sripati Paravinde Baba Paria Kera Chereve Varne Saryapi Pera Paga Mer Natatava Hamna Mama tiras pam samudro hi taranga gavakarang samudro na taranga narbavati kim bavarti raskara masvari baravartai rava varta sara pasordam parmesvara pali palio bavarta bava pava pito ham damodora gora mandera sundara vatara iranda Govinda, 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 Baba Jaladi, Mata Mandara, Paramam Daramara, Panayatmam, Mer Narayana, Karumarya, Saranam, Karavarni, Tabako, Koronor, Siri, Sarpari, Maria, Baravas, Saroger, Saravasartu, Viti, Srima, Paramham, Sampari, Vrajakara, Karsyasya, Sri Govinda Bhagavat Puja Parasya Srima Chakara Bhagavata Korto Saparistotram Sampurnam Kuperudananda Sri Darada Jora Jodana Svara Dana Lakshmi Priya Tanmo Dana Dayo Danika Priya Daksirnyo Damerata Daya Vorto Daravrata Divya Laksana Sampano Dinarati Jara Sarka Danya Lakshmi Samarajo Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Buri Dharma Samlaksano Sarka Nirisvaro Nera Lambo Nirinam Paripalaka Nikata Nerkunakara Niskamo Nerupa Rava Navaraga Samarajo Nava Sankhya Pravartaka Manyaskiturdisa Mahagurangana Virta Yarshniko Yashara Sarta Yashambo Yachara Karasarka Raja Kandro Ramariso Ranjarko Raja Purjita Visakra Rasa Daria Vira Kamarna Marnasa Vijayo Vimalo Varyo Vadaru Janavar Sala Verupaksa Priyatarmo Veragi Visator Murka Sarvavyarto Saranarta Sarvasakti Samambita Samantarata Sarnyo Sarva Parigvaraka Suprita Surlava Somo Sarvayara Horadara Samagana Priya Saksara Vevavava Sri Virajita Asvahara Sampritu Vakilanda Pravartaka Vyokarna Samprita Amtarsvartarna Priya Paramasvasya Karham Ravi Forjerta Uda Buddha Dharma Verbhavo Navaranar Kinora Sufisravana Kalakakar Pravartarka Hasta Lakshmi Samaryukta Avyayato Malavigraha Loka radio, loka palo, loka fandio, sulaksarna, sularba, suroparka, suro sankarada, dara preya, saranta, surakoro perta, sasvata, suravikarha, sarvaka, marsho, suramati, sarvateva, karakarka, sankara, karsta, tara, srimam, param, jorti, para, samarikun, samaparna, soranyo, dinavarsarla, Parupakari papaparna tarundiya sanni pataranta sarva guru peta sorendra sampai baba visvagyarto virtaparya anatana sakyarta pratakale patestu tramsusepurte dine tena prapnoti puruso sriyam devendrasanibham iti sri kuperstotram Om Yacharya Kuberarya Vishravarnya Taratanya Daivatarya Taratanya Srimi Dermi Derhi Parisvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Svarharya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Shtalakshmi Mama Griheta Ramporarya Paraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Acharya Kuberaya Vishravarya Tanaka Koshararya Sarvaloka Vasikararya Taratanyari Patarya Taratanya Samrudir Merderhi Taparya Swaha Om Hring Shring Hring Kuberarya Namaha Om Achaya Rajarya Tivir Maria Alkeresarya Dermahitana Kubera Prachudaya Zikia Kampasi Ana Kampasi Ringerkia Kampasi Ringerana Kampasi Kugi Magampra Zikia Kampasi Ana Kampasi Zikia Kampasi Ana Kampasi Ringerkia Kampasi Ringerana Kampaka Kakumashkarasana Zikia Kampasi Ana Kampasi Zikia Kampasi Ana Kampasi Ringerkia Kampasi Ringerana Kampasi Lugalap de Borak and Bo Zikia Kampasi Ana Kampasi Om Namo Hum Trafara Nusum Barum Gagat Metrea Sormani Kosani Sameta Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dokarami Sorbani Sorbahum Vashra Humpat Shrim Him Klim Kum Kolom Kanapataya Varava Ratsa Vajan May Vashamana Yeswa Hata Puru Sharia Vermaya Vakratundaria Dermai Tano Danti Prachudaya Shanti 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 Kanahara Sayat Damahom Kam Karapataya Damahom Lambo Radiya Damahom Ring Kanatalia Vedarmar Vakratundaria Dermaitano Danti Prachudaya Shrim Hrim Hrim Lum Jwala Julia Shaya Jamana Yasha Sarvas from Smera Shemala Bankuru Dushra Hum Fazwa Runam Kuruna Tarangi Tarakshum Duta Pashankusha Pushpa Bara Chapa Marvi Bira Frutam Mayukara Hameria Babaria Babarni Shremara Shremahara Shremara Senesh Jonesh Mahari Chitagni Kunda Sambuta de Bukori Samuria Toria Barusa Surabata Bau Saman Peter Rakeshwa Rupa Pasharia Kruta Kunukusho Jwala Rono Pukekshur Kodanda Pachatan Matra Sayaka Nisharuna Prapapura Majapra Maharanda Mandala Champaka Shoko Perdaga Sorkantika Laskacha Kuru Film Manish Renene Kanakutera Mandita Shami Chala Rivarash like Stala Shobita Muka Chandrukan Kabapno Kakana Biveshi Shakavaranas Mara Mangalia Kruhatora Chalikavaka Lakshmi Pari Vaha Chalan Minapa Luchana Nava Champaka Pushpa Nasatan Ravira Jita Terakani Tetaskarina Sabarana Basura Kandamba Manjari Kuta Karampura Manohara Tatanka Yukali Buddha Tapanu Dupa Mandala Padmaraga Shila Dosha Pari Pavi Kapalubo Nava Vidruma Pambashni Naikari Radana Charka Vinyogo Master Sri Dipitrika Mantra Sixia Papamarasi Pratichala Sri Dipitrika Vata Umbisham Spaha Sakti Pakilakam Sri Dipitrika Drika Priyatam Chape Yogaria Sari Nasam Kasya Paparamana Rasarta Mahasarasi Pratichala Senamamuke Sri Dipitrika Pati Namari Umbisharika Namaguye Spaha Sakti Yatama Pareo for Kalakari Yartamaha Naboveni Uga Yartamaha Samangiti Sari Nasa Komugustipiam Namaharin Tarjani Piam Namaharim Marbiam Yam Namaha Amanamikam Namaha, Rim Kanistikiam Namaha, Krom Karakara, Praslapiam Namaha, Ikarani as a Kromada Yer Namaha, Rim Species Rasbam Sikai Vasaram Kavakaya, whom Nim Troy for Chromosroya Petitis and Ines books from it, Titigvi Mogadairam, Dipatokarama David I studies for opinion depicted David Hevaras, Bomchakami on Privia Mika, Karam Smokaman Kama, Askamika Pushpa Piami, and Varamika to Yaitupam Karapi Piami, Ramanga Miki, Aitipam Yami Pamant of Mickey Abdramane Berium, Yami Hamsum Swa Mickey Subukabara Pujam Sumar Pamis Japamarama Dramoma Mamale, Mahamaria Masava Matos for the Pinica the Burgers and Yasas Tasmani, City, the Papa Kudo Mantrom, Princita Guru Prasido, Rimu Matos Riti, Tricamantrom, Chrome, Primam Turkey, Rime Vasay, Rimdum Dorgeam, Rim Chromum Paspa, Hasan, as a chromata Yaknamaha, Rim Supatis Swaham Sikaya Pasaram Kavagayum Troy Posol Comus Roy Vatis Nangines books from me Devi Mukadainam Deep Dorema David Ascari for the Piri Departed Day Paras from Jogami Pankapu Jampi Yamike Karam Smart Humming Amakasamiki I put Papiami on Paramika to Mamera Karapirami Ramanga Miki 80 Pamsami from Miki 8 and Parman Avea Nivariamisms for Miki is book of Pujams more Pamijap more Panamaku Yatikio 3 from Karasma Krapam Chapam said Baba to me Devipa Prasara and Maistera Chapamatala Mama Tromum Male Savete Pama Priti to Suhaba Papas Boom Kurusi me Batroya Sobiram Katehime Prince Tia Namaha Ingines Grand Honor Nozo Correzertio Bormo Jo Totu Sertiu Madridas Scanujumel of Materski Papirahib Jips Bibicala Helcor Kender Mericol Many Morgoheim Gala Virtu Befobo at Vertel Forn Spielzel Force Boss Force of Monk Egmor Jognor of Portna Boss Force Boom Make for Dire View Neil Mekhaiman Yori Pierpi Marpem Ren Vermoner Ben Or Boss Wardor Boss Mil Big Bosses and their Nes Folder near Jog Fons Day Bunning on Team Gavas Ganunga and Grassenbergi or Portibor Simir Borsbori of you Bear said me for Merensko Bus or Skenes or Nana Solor Stena Pass for Gron Loki Solov Sulen Senemana Hendi Horkari Hoim Homun Jorbu Sol Navy Sea Wars Arli Artin Mierni Navy Su of Armikins Artito Son Navy Su of Wars Tech Biketun Kunjun Quinjin Quillo Stoking Copo Parka Turks no Omningen no Monocopo Morgin Hertu Omni Janta Cardora Tan Chroma Terjo Hetosa Sella Berlupi Bears Horse Horton Brumpu Aflo Log Blue Hopes and Pulpo at the Dalvo Motangas Corpu Tolko Bru Telfluid Torley Tierville Groove or Inventories Fontur Gulions Prayer Mumborsa Measure a more core more short Jotunheimen Kitchen Grinch and Quillo works still getting Copo Parka took Sigaberski for good truth of scripture or brains probably or names Elysium was once most zero for a brain vogu growing during a nor by Malik and more core blue for gory or blue sien during Sagbi on Vovel Korea Bo Vikinga Neol as Bosir der must vero orgi Peter Boschmok no Palom Kohapa in Loculum. Bernam Liam Brain Friend Luangam Liam Brain Spread Derwin Martin Embrace Mera Orca Terra Paratok Mogo Fera Bix Omnista Teteron Terra Tecton Brigaterona Calente Troma Penturas and in Dos or Ring Wolf or Ring Lunus Ceres Sephir 2 Ferrelation Monek Lombro Loon Comport all of which went worse and doing dooms or week wolf or week no Seoret Sephir 2 Ferrelation Monek Lombro no Rose Rose for a Lavaris or week Luat Played or Wade Rosia Ros constant Facilia Tourist Rock Forum Prenes Nesit Penetos Cores Vian Tussalenturles Ipset Corniendo Menus certain services der Narvis Corisnon de Facilia said a possibly Boston Vestigarde Dominatos Omnipotens Regioneta Menus Dominantoium in Coyas Matno Omnis Victoria Constitet Nebelum Contritur Proco Pruis Mevis Room the means Tamogo Poser the Lord they are those magnificent Arvaring Macum Hill, Arvaring Mach, cum sexum sexorum in forsum montum oparum daenata bolum in quantum conis cornis, nidi morn order, timan concertena certum osamok samus or shamus I know no tuo, posta tudo svelte ve. mosi kunoshi alani moshi ti kunu osi moshi tum kolotum kutum tu mosi baritum kabalitum namritum ashashu kashartu karshi parni Eli tu biara ni eli yau stari yau sisu eli ya eli ameri ya mu sanarku indi kula selalu musyalu ora kui martarna lu pi yau or purdi pi yau prosu memesh ya or martiu Elinu bu sirti sirti zisani alone rabuti shimar da bardi dini adena lotti Linda pu salam karsharti yau karsharti yai shai pishi yau mashre pishti yai smasata tisha mushi shuru shisha nuti pishi lur sarula ishar nur shalu tapchu shai bu amar leborti yaki mazal buru tartor shar pushu kishpikima taptili sharmiki ushrushu porturu epeaturshu Zolborku kalamatusha malaseri inaki birik bu yawari mushertum Sermani yar na pagrita kira dupira semani yar na pagrita kira pira semani yar di pagritus ni ladu pira sermani ni sti pagritus ni ladu pira semani yaki max pagrita kira dupira semani yar na kukulati dap kira dupira sermani yar na gukari dap sadu pira semani yar na Asku partitus ni ladu pira semani ya inabi shadori dap sadu pira semani yar na kishpata kira dupira sitting getting and compositing getting lula and compositing getting lula and compositing getting and compositing getting nadar shori compa sitting getting di shori ma compositing getting dulas like a compositing getting dulas like a compositing getting no kilo compa sitting getting no kilo compositing getting measure compositing getting measure compositing getting martin getting lula get compa sitting getting martin getting lula get compositing Siski Gishma Sagar Bardar and all by them compositing get barbor corda couldn't getting in there get compositing getting Dorgari get a Dora yar the son of Warner Carta Carner compa sitting at a compositing get kia compositing get a rookie compositing and a book compositing get a star compositing get a shamashu compa sitting get a cord compositing get Madu compositing and an Ibador compositing get a key compositing get a compositing in a no lalu kor korage kapasiti ganin lolanin kor korage kapasiti ganin ni bipila share ke kapasiti ganin ni kor korage shi baba parage kapa siningara nona dingger kalen ne ke kampas ke kalbu utuk suala zor kiti muzul mula zor ringger sul maskim sul siare kapasiti kampa siningin lalu kor korage kapasiti ganin lolanin kor korage kampa Siniganini bibile shorege compasiting ganinin korkolake compas sitting gara ronating ger kaler near ni compasiting garana compa sitting here kia compa papa rarar te batata papa rarar te ke enerne Azagarazak bimorna tenam targarasi bimorna terguzul kur bimorna telalazur kar bimorna tergirim zuli bimorna tergalazur kar bimorna tergiringir zurgir bimorna tergi mernar biernetaş biarbarta arde biarish khasharti arti martun kashartu chatoryu tarni I agree variar namahoma vidnar namum kesar variar namahoma rusudariar namum govindariar namum pundar sariar namum visnar namum visparariar namum harariar namum mariyar namah sarvagisariar namum sarvadarariar namum sanatarariar namum neradarariar namah nerakarariar namum nerisarariar namum neruparabariar namum nerajarariar namum niskalankariar namah Onida Pataria Namom Neramadaria Yatamom Siranda Maria Yartamom Saxete Namom Saranya Yatamom Sarvadaya Karia Nama Srimate Namum Kadri Saria Namum Sivaria Namum Sarves Prata Pradaria Namum Veradarte Nama Veradaria Namom Veraveria Yatamom Paratanaria Namom Pardaria Namom Ponier Tre Nama Punya Yatamom Punya Kataria Namom Parapararia Namom Paramamarne Namom Parasmai Namom Parasaria Namom Parasaria Namom Pararia Nama Salva Vera Marcaria Namom Peruser Namom Vera Caparagaria Namom Sakalo Paradis Veria Yarnama Om Niskalaria Namom Sarves Karte Namom Naskalamaja Namutra Yuktastaria Nama Parapalaria Namom Paraparusaria Namom Sasaria Namom Saranyaya Namom Paranispararia Namom Santaria Namom Jantaria Namom Jitupuraria Nama Jitamitraya Namom Jagamaya Namom Jane Martaria Nama Jivaya Namom Jadaya Namom Jadayana Sanaya Namom Javapriya Namom Javastuya Namom Javakarte Nama Payakarte Nama Om Vibhave Nama Om Vimavarya Nama Om Visvaruparya Nama Om Vishuptra Nama Om Virustarya Nama Om Virusnastutyaya Nama Om Satidarya Nama Om Satakararya Nama Om Sreya Pratarya Nama Om Srotimaya Nama Om Sreya Sampatarya Nama Om Visvararya Nama Om Asurtarya Nama Om Manandaruparya Nama Om Pranadarya Nama Om Pradhipatarya Nama Om Avektarya Nama Om Vayaturparya Nama Om Sarvasakserte Nama Om Tamoharaya Nama Om Jajala Sakarya Nama Om Jariyane Nama Om Purnakandra Sampapraparya Nama Om Janadarya Nama Om Vataparaya Nama Om Yogine Nama Om Yoragi Sarya Nama Om Sarvakamadariya Nama Om Mohoyogirne Nama Om Mahomarne Nama Om Manasarya Nama Om Srayasam Nama Om Hamsarya Nama Om Paramahamsarya Nama Om Vishuptre Nama Om Viraja Nama Om Surasvati Karasakarsya Nama Om Jaja Mandala Sam Yortarya Nama Om Maria Mandarati Tarya Nama Om Savagisvarar Svararya Nama Om Pranapur Gita Ruparya Nama Om Veraharna Karmarte Nama Iti Sri Hayagriva Stotara Satana Vali Om Manataya Namo Marsaya Namo Makaraya Namo Mukulukaraya Namo Mamikaramaria Namo Manmisataria Namo Varavantaria Namo Virakurapariya Namo Vishnu Priyaya Namo Virastuyaya Namo Viratamaria Nama Om Visadaraya Namo Cesaria Namo Satrusitaria Namo Masaparamanti Tarya Namaha Om Aprakarunda Daine Namo Mamitikararia Namo Karapasapanaya Namo Mamarasatu Tadiya Namaha Om Agaruara Purya Namaha Om Valaria Nama Home Vasukaria Namon Paraparikaria Namon Vanakaraya Namon from Savarana Yarnam Home Vasuvarana Sana Yarnama Paravasitaria Namom Vipar Saradine Namo Dovetica Maniarnamom Tamorupan Yanamom Darpikarari Yanamam Darindarai Yanama Kesapatamaja Namom Kalorupar Yanamom Yukander Parianamom Yukandarai Yanamom Rasmin Pantari Yanamom Ramekatrai Yanamom Kiswapi Yatama Visumbarai Yanam Sekaparani Yanamom Sakabalari Yanamom Sampuria Yanamom Saranari Yanamom Parankasarasa Namom Paparasari Yanamom Pramadari Yanama Prangadari Yanamom Pregandari Yanamom Parivisya Yanamom Paraskari Yanamom Parasaraset Namom Bhagavartana Yanama Papi Tarari Yanamom Daskari Yanamom Lokatrisa Yanamom Sivari Yanamom Paravarika Yanamom Pranari Yanamom Punya Yatama Punya Katari Yanamom Parisari Yanamom Parakarari Yanamom Niskarari Yanamom Paraparaya Yanamom Karikari Yanamom Srasari Yanamom Satari Yanamom Tantari Yanamom Variyamanani Yanamaha Savupuja Yanamom Savarekare Yanamom Nerasaya Yanamom Neranjanari Yanamom Evatari Yanamaha Saranya Yatamom Savare Karianamom Danajaya Yatamom Victoria Yanamom Vayatari Yanama Tamohara Yanamom Yogis Praya Yanamom Kalana Yanamom Valar Yanamom Brahmakarina Namam Sankaranda Karari Yanama Chito Krotari Yanamom Chivari Yanamom Jayada Yatamom Japopriya Yatamom Visvarupari Yanamom Virustari Yanamom Virus Rams Samstuya Yanamaha Sraya Paradari Yanamom Prandaya Yanamom Vishnu Topari Yanamom Kutari Yanamom Kutarari Yanamom Radavstra Yanamaha Nata Palasari Yanamom Bushakai Yanamom Vayarupari Yanamom Sarisupaya Yanamam Sakalupari Yanamom Karvus Kuntari Yanamaha Adprapitikari Yanamom Susumda Pari Yankari Yanamom Fanai Vavi Pusari Yanamaho Nagendra Yanamaha Nargar Devarta Sutar Satan Mavali Nesjokos terrosokulus mihi farsietnus gorum bernarschnen celeb du jarkad mosul lord sinsul aciersiern cariter sionel cersesern tern gala braser mesen troer gurtierte orworstar Arn eim anator emerge an spiore norme antierne formantierte terne formantisio du labreber Dulsmjör kjerte krete tuon tuogar du dorin antatera markans björna umver antiur san gun rodernta andro jangum benet kjerte dia moshul be ser piacerte moshul naci piacert merse mon nabur de ser piacerte mom no bierte me der massa torsa dolas siula julier verlugner me tam hachestare abu neur corios neur col cerse noi Bern sang sinte siu sierna gili sierda sierna merna masasiru fir hila sar morbej masasiru menarti riveriter bes verde acis fakaldir fioregus floragen dar fiul niasa da deorne croldes Vernatreur krone mer Gosner Bernu Mernsiu Ankur der Rosan Vil Ankur Atjor Mercedo Motor Saint Anda der Anmarka Gosans Bjorn Neurmera Barbianat no era Cheroi Rationlarch Oi Messer gosor gastjorne bernes loom fene gosmon bu fur ruler de ke feorte nar krulte agus feorte nar snar shel fer noim ser gosor gastjorne bernes loom fer Karachi Kalindi Tatavi Pirna Sangita Karavo Muda Birinari Vardarna Kamalas Vardar Mardur Paramasambu Brahmara Partigana Racerta Paro Jagannath Swami Nayana Patakami Bavartume Burge Savia Vernum Serra Sisiki Pernshan Cartidar Tedu Colomne Trante Sahachara Katar Vidardarte Saras Reman Vardavarnar Vasatilela Parichayo Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatume Mahambor Desere Skanakaro Certe Nella Sirkorte Vasan Prasaranta Saharja Balabarandra Bardina Subatra Majastar Sakala Sur Seva Varsarato Jagannath Swami Naya Patar Kami Bavartume Corpo Paravara Sarjala Jalada Sarenya Chero Ramavani Ramasvora Madamala Pankaruka Murgala Sorendrara Darias Ruti Karna Serka Kita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatume Radharudru Karchanpati Nirta Bude Vapatale Sruti Pradorbarvam Pratipara Murpakaran Yasadar Yadaya Sintor Bardusur Kala Jagarta Sindustar Jagannath Swami Naya Patakami Bavartume para Brahma Perta Kuvala Yada Lufulan Yoni Varsinila Drunirta Charanurnata Sarasira Sanarndo Radar Sarasa Varu Parilingar Nasar Ujagana Swami Nayana Patakami Vartume Nave Arshera Jana Chakanarka Marike Vibhavari Yarna Yarche Yam Ram Yam Nikal Arnar Jarna Kam Yam Varavardrum Sarakale Kala Pramatar Partirna Kicha Charito Jagannath Swami Nanyarna Patarkarmi Bavartume Haratvam Samsaram Drutakaram Masaram Soraparte Haratvam Paparnam Vitati Tamaparam Yarava Partea Hodinona Tenithirta Charamno Nishchitam Virtam Jagannath Swami Nayarna Patargami Bhavartume Jagannath Stakam Purnyam Yapate Prayartar Sursia Sarva Papa Visodharma Vishnu Kam Sarga Chichartirti Srimad Sankar Charya Viparchirtam Jagannath Stakam Sampurnam Bramori sora citta linkum nera lampir saso pita linkum janmaja durka verna sarka sevena sarna linkum taprana mamni sara siva linkum deva murni pravartar certa linkum kamararna karnkar linkum ravara darba vena san linkum taprana mamni sara siva linkum sarva sogada sola pita linkum burhi vivararna kararna linkum Sira sora sora parandita linkum tatra mamma misar siva linkum karga mahamani busita linkum fani pati verita sobita linkum daxa sior sharna vera sana linkum ta pranada marmisara siva linkum kurkuma prana dana lapita linkum Pankaja hara sosobita linkum sanchita papavena sana linkum tapramama mai sar siva linkum devakana chira sevita linkum papai rabata pyareva char linkum dinakar kuti pravakar linkum taprama mami sar siva linkum mastadalo pari vestita linkum saravas sambhava karana linkum Astadara de altra vera sara lingum, tapranana mammi sar siva lingum, sora guru sora vara pujerta lingum, sora varna puspa sora certa lingum, para maka lingum, tapramami sar siva lingum linga sarka sarka mirtam punya ya para shiva sarito siva loka mapoloti severna saha mornate Nataraja Nataraja Nartanda Sundar Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankar Nataraja Kandamba Kanana Priyam Sirambarya Viharinam Madhaba Kumbha Gumvitas Vardimba Lalo Norsukam Sarambaka Makarndarnam Sarambo Vahini Daram Horam Bhuje Jagar Gurum Sirambaram Vibhavarya Samasta Bhaktapusana Svahasta Bhat Takkankaranam Prasata Kirti Vaibhavam Nirasata Jara Param Karista Muktisaranam Sirasta Kandramandalam Horam Puja Jaga Gorum Sirambaram Viva Varye Jadakarti Tamaritam Nitala Lokanam Viram Patakor Stardik Tatam Patyara Pankala Parnam Naturka Porvaba Virdam Kutara Pasadari Nam Haram Bhuja Jaga Gorum Siram Param Viva Varye Koranga Sabasor Bitum Siram Kajana Narsitum Parangarang Vikarardam Varangara Garanjitam Karangaja Tara Sakam Toringa Norta Garmam haram boje jaga gorum seram param viva varye amarna barya bajaram sumarna hasasan nurkam sumarna mandaga nini gerindra dan yarka darvam samam damam dai lorta mamarna yanta marmano haram boje jaga gorum seram param viva varye Karindra Karamavasa Sam Girindra Kapadarinam Sarindra Murtya Pojirtam Kagindra Vana Priyamaindra Busa Norjavalam Nagindra Javila Sirnam Haram Boje Jagagurum Siram Baram Viva Varye Malapara Rinitate Saravila Sakarinam Palarisa Prabham Janam Lalama Rupalokanam Lasafanandra Harinam Shwarachari Sula Darinam Haram Buje Jagat Gurum Siram Baram Vibavarye Sasanka Balo Vitutra Varjeta Trilokaram Visalavak Sasam Suderka Bahura Ranam Marnitum Derekam Palola Sarva Poraram Dararatar Veritam Haram Burjam Jaga Gurum Sinam Baram Vibavarye Saranteringa Sajaru Gopapar Saningana Sanemaranda Zurka Torjana Lisiksane Vikarisarana Sirambarakya Sar Guru Swarupa Medya Bhutale Sara Sivo Virajate Sara Muram Vitohara Sirambarakya Sa Guru Ridum Sara Vila Sinam Muralikanti Yesakur Sarupama Mastakam Saravasatara Laya Hari Priya Taranarne Viri Priya Karniskala Jagat Guru Ranugraha Riti Sri Serambara Pankakamara Stotram Om Sharavana Bavar Yar Namaha Om Tat Porshari Yar Devir Mahe Mahasera Yader Mahitanu Skanda Prataya Om Skandal Yar Kartiki Yar Yar Pravarti Priyarnan Danacha Mahader Vakumaraya Subraha Marnya Yar Namaha Agastya Uvaka Namustu Barndaraka Barndavarndya Pararavidaya Surakaraya Sarananaya Nita Vikramaria Gori Harananda Samudbhava Namosto Tubiam Pranata Tirhantre Katre Samastasya Smano Ratam Tatra Rataram Paratarkasya Handret Parakanda Soratarkasya Amota Motaya Samasramotarye Gunarya Ganaya Paraparya Paraparaya Parapaparya Namostu Tubhyam Siki Vihanaya Namostu Tebrahma Virdam Vararya Dikamparayam Parasamstitaya Heraya Varanarya Heranya Bhava Narmo Haranyarya Heranyarata Setapasvaruparya Tapodanaya Tapaparanam Pradiparakarya Sarakumaraya Himaramarine Trininkartaisvarya Vera Gene Namaha Namostu Tubhyam Sara Jarma Vibho Prabhata Soryaru Varantapatna Katariye Balaya Kabala Parakramaya Sanmotorya Yalamanatoryaria Nirustam Yotarmar Dursenamo Namo Garnanam Pataye Ganaya Namostu te janmanjara tikarya namo vesakarya susakti panaye sarvasya natasya kumarakaya karon kararye taran kamarakaya svaheya gengeya kakarkiya sevaya tuhobhyam saratam nomostu riti sri skande mahapuranekasikande Pankavi Masati Tamodharye Sri Kartikeya Starikam Skanduvaka Yoisvaro Serna Kartikeyo Garinandarna Skanda Kumara Senarni Svarni Sankarta Sarparva Garangeya Starmarta Kunda Skaran Brahmaskari Sirkita Varta Tarakari Romaputro Kron Karisa Sarana Sabda Brahma Samudras Kasirta Sarasvarto Kuhasara Kumoru Maria Van Bulga Mursa Vala Prata Srashar Magar Nadi Sapor Varjomurti Mark Kursor Vargarma Pranertatka Valanshi Tartar Pratar Swaha Stavim Sartin Narmarni Mariarnirta Pater Prajurses radar yazur tomur kuvaka sapterma ver mahamantra mayarniti mama narman nurti pratanam mahaprashnamava bloti narta korya vikaranaiti Shri Rudra Yamale Prashna Vivarhana Karyam Shri Makarikeya Stotram Jing Shin Shan Cha Tai Sheng Xie Xing Ying Ban Wu Ting Ko Xie Fu Ming Guo Ming Hai Shen Fei Fu Ling Xing Jing Shen Nan Ning Shan Hu Yong Ju Po Wu Shang King Ji Ji Ro Li Ling Jing Ko Shen Zhou Dang Gu Shou Shen To Hui Chu Fen She Shen Jing Leng Dong Ning Yang Shen Lo Kun Chi Shen Ho Jie Wei Shen Ho Ben Ke Shen Jen Shen Jen Shen Dan Yan Ling Wo Dong Jen Shi Shen Lan Ye Do Ki Chang Kun Ji Ji Ro Li Ling Jen Shen Shen Zhou Ling Bo Tian Zhu Nan Wei Shen Jing Ji Xi Hun Po Wu Shang Xuan Ming Qing Long Bai Wu De Xing Fen Yun Ji Guo Xuan Wu Xie Wei Wu Xian Ji Ji Ru Li Ling An Tu Li Shen Zhu Yuan Xi An Xian Pu Guo Wan Ling Yuan Wu Shen Kan Tu Li Xi Ling Zhou Xiao Yu Ji Bo De Wan Jing Hoi Zhang Shen Lu Nei Wei Jing Gong Ke An Feng Wei Bei Yu Shu Tang Ting De Xiang Yu Ming Shou Jie Jing Guo Yi Da Luo Yuan Yang Li Shen Jing Tian Di Shen Zhu Tian Di Xi Ren and Ki Fen Shen Dong Zhong Yuan Zhu Zhong Glang Tai Yun Bo Feng Wei Shen Xi Wo Xi Ran Ling Bo Fu Ming Ho Guo Jiao Tan Gan Lo Dar Na Dong Gang Tai Yun Shan Yu Fu Xie Do Ren Sha Wei Wan Kan Zhen Shen Zhen Zhu Yuan Xi Yu Wen Xi Shong Yi Ban To Bing Gan Nan Nan Jing Zhu Wei Bai Hai Xi Wen Mo Wang Xiu Xiu Wei Xi Wei Wo Yun Zhong Zhu Hui Xiu Shan Do Gui Chang Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ning Jing Gong Xian Zhou Shan Di Zhong Guang Yuan Ge Bin Gong Gong Zhu Wan Yi Ying Wu Xing Tong Shan Xie Xie Wei Wen Do Du Yun Fu Yu Xing Gong Zhu Hu Wu Xian Xi Ji Bu Xian Jing Qing Xi Wu Ben Biu Lu Tian Di Yong Gu Kun Jin 就是一般性有关名称这些为我的是完全就理系列听觉有相干，正规环境内有个例类型人民中或有些我给听听跟人专注，像复合型人直接罗里领权，让研究都有研究，人家让上。Jean Royolo, Jean Condican, Jean Ling Japan, Jean Peilen, Juan Ling Chen Guan Go, Jing Da Jorta, Chichiro Li Ling Chuan Yun Zhu, Yun Zhu, Tai Zhu, Horshi Shi Shu, Jia Jia Zhu Or, Ho Shen Ho Fu Wu Fang, Poi Hoi Shi Xiang, Shi Yu Jin Jan Huang Jirin, An Bai Nai Shi Yu Yan Dong Shang Shi Shu, Ling Fu Yan Jing Xiang, 现文旦佛有其有明体无情给人间，现落你给富有名将有来有是想象路。Nan mo he la dar nar do la ya na mo ali ya polo cha ti so po la ya po ti sa po to yo po ya mo he sa do po ya mo he ja lo ni ja lia un sa po la pa hi su da lo da je na mo ji li ji do ya men ga li ye po yo ji al di shi fo la ling do po na mo lo la jen chi ji li mo he po do sha men sapo a to do sho penga shi yun sapo sar do na mopo sar do na mopo ke mo parte do trajerta on apologia lo jardi jarorti yishili mohe porti sa dopo sapo mola molaje moji lito yun jolo jamindu lor fa sherrier dimo e fa sciatilo to l'arti lini si fo la yeger la pege la momo fa mola morie shi na la ha shen fo la sherri fa sha fa shen fo la she ye hulu mola hulu jili shola jili shi shulu puto ya mirdi li lola jenji yi seni na po yana moso po ye he jito ye so po he mo he jito ye so po he jito yu yi shi po a ye so po he lola jenji so po he mola lola so po he Jira seng mamuke yu so po he so po momo he ya jir to ye Sopo he jaji Allah haji to ye sopo he bo to mo jaji to ye sopo he lo lo la genji poke ra ye sopo he mom pole shenja la ye sopo herna mohelar darna dola ye ra mohala ye polo ji di sopo la ye sopo he onji ya du ma dell'aperto e posso pohe. Ore polo mi do genjin. Gunji jabu sajin jin bore polo mi do shijo jen wu yurji kongdu yi keku. Sheli shi bu yi kong bu yi se ji shi kong yi shi se. 修行行习以弗如西舍利己西佛法空常丢行不灭不净不行不染是故空中无邪无受中应是无言而必邪邪见以无邪形象为主法无言这样是无意识也无名亦无名。见乃是无漏是亦无漏是见，无故加灭多无是亦无人，亦无所无得故不提萨多耶波罗波罗蜜多无尽无碍，无碍无有空无愿，力量都明相，修行涅槃。三世修佛一波罗波罗蜜多果德罗多罗三藐三菩提，果是波罗波罗蜜多是大神就是这个性命，就是无上，就是无定，定修能注意给个故人修不，就修波罗波罗蜜多就是修有有业的。Jerdi bolo sen, jerdi purti sapurke, nan mo poto ye, nan mo tamo yer, nan mo senke ye, nan mo kunjin, jaku samo hesa, jora bajen je, daji to hanjo, jer la fadi jendo, mo ni mo hea bo, deng mi lulululu, dise jajo la, jerali, xia hong, Pashehean bota mojen borlo moni. Shoala hongan balato borani hong. Namo san mandon mo tonan bolati heto sher solangan. Dajito han ke ji hong hong ruwala. Ruwala bola ruwala. Disecha, dice shili, sho, poja, shan, disha, shili. Yisho, waha, her, namo, fotoya, namo, damo, ya, namo, senker, yer, najiji, lulu, hulu, shidulu, shili, boli, jili, pojirda, libo, lulu, liso, wahe, anna, mo, bake, warida, bala. Mida yoli anasubishi jida de jola jeyada tageda ye ala hedi sanyan son boda ye darni yatan saliba sansike spali sudada la marike kerna sang wawu geri shabawa bishudi mahena ye Bali wali so hen namo boke bhardi pisha shejurur jibi ruli bolapo hella sheye datu jer do yella heri sanyon san boto yer dashito hong pisha she sanmo jordi so he hong manai bai he hong mageri yana jorte barta jerte Жердна верда ликеса орворта борижита ге пар набулана naboli diurde bananuan ma loje chula yesu heli poli bordi kyo herdi tolor nidini herda di pialini di mohe Kerigen linkandi nam wemi do bobe yedo do kerdo Yadodi Yatue Milido Popi Emilido Gidando Pope Emilido Pijayardi Emiliardo Pijadiando Yamini Keke no Giro Jari Sopopohenamo Poto Nanmo Damo Nanmo Senkek Namo Shilimo Heti Bia Dani Yerto Bolifoyo no Ye Lisan Manto Dasheni Mohepi Lilo Kerina San Manto Jerubo Lidi Fuli Noali Nora Moti Moher Picubiri Mohe Lilerdi Lo Mosenke Kajiti Jisenke Jiti San Mantuatuano Polorni Choten Yen Yon Racing Pu Hua Tien Chun Leo Yo Yo Wo Tong Chung Shon Shi Yo Shon Chun Miao Si Men Tien Di Yu Wei Tan Di Yu Wo Beng Shengor Wan Wu Yu Wo Wei Yi Fu Lo Yo Xia Sim Yu Ma Lung 清气神一是为千千言能阿夫一是为千言行李清清是无名无奈。Ate he ye ya yo kichi mani tu koko miki so mapo kawa aoki wa nikse he yo harna he yo harna he yo ter ya to rabi ai kina he yo ter ya to rabi ai kina he yo te ya to artar di worn kina rini yo te ya to wa tarbi won kina rini yo ya hiu ni va hu, hiu ni va hiu ni va hu ya hi hu ni ya ni na he ne na. Hi ya hi na hi ni na hiu ni va hu ya hiu ni va hi ya he ne na. Yani sini hawa na, yani sini hawa na, hini swa vira kini, hi sinwa vira kini. Ni 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 tui na ho ho, ni 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 tui na ho ho, warasi na ho ho, warasi na ho ho, ni himasi asisi, ni himasi asisi. Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhyarmahi no Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakinara Narya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhyarmahi Tana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tatporcharya Virmahe Sasacharya Mahadevarya Dhyarmahi Tanu Rupa Prachudaya Om Meganantarya Virmahe Vakratundarya Dhyarmahi Tanu Tanti Prachudaya Om Karkiyatnya Virmahe Kanyamatkorya Dhyarmahi Tanu Durga Prachudaya Om Vekdevriyai cha Vidmahe Kamarajat Yadhyamahi Tanu Devi Prachudayat Om Mahadevyai cha Vidmahe Vishnu Partnyai cha Dhyarmahi Tanu Lakshmi Prachudayat Om Yonir Sech Nien Getre Thando Tes Nati Mach Nas Mor Tri Pasoib Rojor Ketir Trias Dam Doratir Sech Torna Tarasidan Doradoter Nim Joler Mercer Form Joai ti loriglas rin cernlen nur nien nastar motul orgel dom ti as nim ti bas corda cern omir ner marginia narba nar verbam sordam dorin nastor vindruni verbaro hortar morich rosortar moresh Romorthar mo norni bela mo lechnim thibas vorfish roar fiertor mortech nimrogba na terdo chor na doptor glas na doer dishlin nimliat nathor teol na quare mörna quarde bjordindum ti or chur na maser teori na niole Omnius in out search tam sera conoter mirna certe fubroni bjors nel vertor mo search del dun diturgel el ansur ste real warg mor sin search marner robor certar cert breer nark search cert dream or oer kotagor korkumole sauroberatin spiotor norig form satomene esalustor heru esalustor amene esalustor pans esalastuster amene esaluster Krishna esalastuster amene esaluster dor esaluster supo populum tuum domine benedictus tua. Ateheye yayo, ateheye yayo, ateheyelo, ateheyelo, nitun shirla, wanye gele kekita ye yayo, nitun shirla, wanye gele kekita ye yayo, ateheyelo, ateheyelo, nitakuye, wanye gele kekita ye yayo, nitakuye, wanye gele kekita ye yayo, ateheyelo, ateheyelo, Michinshir narbe muri marior zerte yelo arte yelo ini chager kikte ini chage gerte erte yelo arte yelo charon pawanchi chaurupi charon pawanchi charupi arte yelo chayani pita arte yelo he tu e chai heu charni ho heu tua cha heu chari ho hunko ki le cha ya heu ho hunko ki le cha ya heu ho arte he yelo wanyan man ye tatanka wan man ye arte he yelo lecho mi okan kete lo yo Lecho miokan kete lo yo takumaka ichaga hernamita waye lo yo takumaka ichaga hernamita waye lo yo arte heya lo yo arte heya lo yo heya yo min chingshi yi te wakila che ye min chingshi yi te wakila che ye Oya te ye ini chaga pikita che ye oya te ye ini chaga pikita che ye arte ye lo arte ye lo ay ye ya yo ya yo mila kin hiu mi chichi arna mila kin hiu mi chichi arna wawaka blakite ye wawaka blakita ye unchi heye lo unchi heye lo puye chini wasna waking king yin kete puye chini wasna waking king yin kete unchi heye lo le ye la ye kangi ye uyate ye chaya von wello kangi ye uyate ye chaya von wello ni ya te ye hewe ni ya te yo hewe wan bali galeshka wan ya ni hiwe wan bali galeshka wan ya ni hiwe Miyukan kin wan laki ye Miyukan kin wan laki ye Hina wirlarki hina wan laki hai ye ha ye mi chingshi mita waya mi chingshi mita waya arte heu welo arte heu welo yani pikita yani pikita welo wasna walking kitai wasna walking kitai la chi ya people la chi people lo lo arte lo arte lena makuwe arte lena makuwe pero wanyan makuwe pero wanyan makuwe arte makuwe arte makuwe ina hekuo misungala che o mai nie mi sunkale che yaya o marni yer na ko wana sapiketa wana sapiketa unchi tazipa muchu ye unchi tazipa michu ye ate heyelo arte heyelo Kirnaryanka Galie Kinyanka Galie Wan Lechia Wanasa Pita Kayarpi Loi Wan Lichia Wanasa Pita Kayapirlo Wani Pikerte Kagario Wani Tikerte Kagario Arte Heyelo Mia Wan Mayankalo Mia Wan Mayankayo Kangi o yarte wan charlu wan kage lo kangi o yarte wan chanku wakagelo yani pikita kola he yellow magasito mani yanu kiye o yarte o kiye wan bali o yarte wan hoshi yellow arte he lo mako wancha yao kiye perte kinu kiye kanki o yarte wan hoshi hi yelo arte he yelo lena wakan wakagache arte he yelo ogale kinhan wakagache arte he yelo shanon pa kin wakagache arte he yelo lo mio kan kin chichuche arte heyelo o gale kinini arte kerta karte heyelo arte heyelo mi chingshi tayena kupia makoche wan washte ayagali pikete arte heyelo wana wicheshka arte ye wana wicharsheshka arte ye wi wurta o mani o katarda o katarno koyan Michuya warni kerteri michuya ahia wasna watinkite ahia wasna watinkite hanpa wachege hanpa te wakila lahe bawan blini chalahe kariye lo wan blini chalahe har keria lo Tokecha wan wegali kinkite tokecha wan wali kinkite ni hun kon heyelo wakan yar ninya kinkite wakan yan kinkite changaleshka wan lusani yarni kinkite changaleshka wan lusani yan kinkite wan wayagaru po arte heyelo. En Israël was dat met den Sudin ruas renuges kaprusarare me peluges kapugin joror katam sekem ne banatikin japem yorune skomari sha basharar ne karajas and me para jazab is of alton Sudin making you not capacities at above and community of Nabu Nebso competent Tasharu Nevoy Mo or Tapins and Webs Ruin Ponetromin Sabin Mahachat Yosaneza for the Kemaramut of Nuta Petas and never Totamin Shata Burmait upon to tab Namite Protects and the Protects Kintapted Harmahit at the water new Shata Singing he album Roya Shatas Kiminoas Niting he absolutely Taparamika Fruta Makaru and I never did a purchase already up as a happening Massa Sapi or Papi a number of Dimana and a Coben Diman and got the cop Dromari Corsica Dromaruti Ruthamer Unesra Teperu Henum and Huru Ruthat Heroman and Pu Hero Benu Heru Soisa Soisa Tapioy Cat of the Spent Wetkin Rubinus Mamor and Papi again the Patas Settlement to Voice or and them the Kerepseri Kedu Semisikarum Kuris Karinas Ulim two Savicatu Matu is a Kunishes Neses or Hekere Mechanism skin to us who are shoot them shoot descriptum tenui and Arminasin or Barkin Menu da Rosening in a Maragbo from Sets of Nekatum Kedet Skip or send a Budamini in health and pets of pets that are in a lunch cat away your second pendant that torture to touch your total poetic members toy or in a poem who can take the pure for the heads are Kim Resusicum toy. I mean, I muted segment stat pervas to a set was a segment head bar ice good bush or less or leaning against the acquisition or precursus experiment sermented to it music with a person nubly miscelic sermented samara sarapep said had a metsu taking a matter am caputo no horror madam test the paparam case was less cartage worms and from the secu the maternity to repayment mana peru shari me shakaruna ken sarkaru pasti raya paret recommendi on the pevne prasa taking a boy never temptim sapari mobile food to regain him never tempo she's a tapana nemer interpretuit that you men no Sepakabu, she says, get a put more toy from Cotamation, Nepeskenar, Netrunkete, bringing Netrunkati and Emren Netrunklems to my cat and to American Panet never toot or Ramasusiati or Karinjarato and Tenteri, Neptati said with the name Sunny Sunny Shosek and then exonate toy soldiers attack. As a Kim Curry, Poekim, Sherry, McCurpin, Shonation, and Miati, Sunamuntabaiti, to wipe a quabe, go up to it. Nukekis no obsec no going never you meraki or a sorry pertatum segnas and yeti at end of purity one arms like no to an accomplished or two next and head in company foods on Katikir, Tum Tatek Nani, Fupo Memis or take your tea or no tatap form a castasani, Fu you or booty and cat in Marty in Japan and a heritage or Jotas as Imhota Tibia correct Mambaruta kicked that into a net to marry out if you can add a step rank you. I mean to unfet no Benmar heart, I never out woman head hot at the Mare, in Carnoten has you no menen, you threat perium, such as Mary King hold never a day of some soil, more make an any soils, no soils, or barrack parameter messen to never terminate ever contain manu resec never temperament train the way of permission in never talk I come out to such a toy and to act and then never do wake the house of them hold up the house of them hold up in potty Matthew pursue W down my get to rake to the moon deck neutral no kuna paramunu boot upon musician upper them kuna trigon Amazon Rami boy namted Capernaum ten Mortorio taps at the Caperama Watam Jaretunami unu like a musical show no more actually pretty good patera super gamentor captain Texaco Artec no take with him per them no to go up director to I Unuk Captain Q Commissioner Wojnek Toyem or Kurchu to all two Naprias Homatenu and Pet Marku Nemanamasic Wakim soon Petra sets Netek Natali Taptem Sekapernuku Takapral Taram Sanat Kekuama Kowianek Brandum Necessutinu to a Perem Kapmutem Nabul Nerkati in Kasuti Seneki O Benek set in the neck time or Hoik Natri Team second you Petnatrum Hennes who and Henu Susagis Uridin of Skimulator call my engine who in Netru on Heru Tessu message to a Peshat Hayat in the Nunek Peshat no cap capron to war on a patu mammy masaru to a certain meru never national corruption Kiari des mamon and Kitaka fruit up and Tefumu to moon when a pro son and throwing them American cron and bupis rekinemi shake a capnet through in a bush or right Taradem shipek labem can correct the American most abuse good captain the knowledge of that never waking injury was so tap and a was up washness was a hemisim of my end or pell and us and any set can only say good any outside any sort of a apa dua hari ini saya ada nek nupu kaparam kaparna kaparu dan bemke kaparam permetam bam yes warna an kanapen ban kenempa biar te unaten ban biar un setor so sabi ku kar ke baby mi tu ari tu tanari sari watu naen abae kabae Sebab persiaran kuna ayah fana tu dia seradi serama surai bebas dengan pensuti sebab kerana permet video kapsa kerja kapsa jocar tu amu petem toyim netter kena ama koru amu nefsen turnamen dia kartena baru asro eroshan so amu amenem sikete peranda kena maru amu nefsen turnamen sebab kena karwa be ko sekeme kerana wabe kam netru serap sekena korea pekar spone shere bai kor sadi kai biar kena bai kono ate main biar tek magnet roal ne schreibe in vet shebet kendide ne ke kus monu he shem etik you had substance kona shami to on them ki usar en kabene men lucid em kaisen en ne sabrem katina kapku technologies room or ko para makan pen and set them back seperti pu make member kesuat kepada dan shoot have dunia and debat diam neperi omnepani no perlu sara sekra berkaitan dengan tu lu tiap semudi forman sikap pesanan temusen cara bapas cara pesuta pesur sabes sarina ke perwasan sun ke bahaya ke pemautat beberapa rum cuma tuning and debatin diam napana truwi mas imas Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate in a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Sikia kampa, siana kampa, newt, ged, newt. Kepra 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 ra 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 tuma tum kansu arsimetor shabu banasham trubina arsimetor shabu banasham trubina arsimetor shabu banasham trubina abrita. I hope you're having a good morning. I hope things are going slow enough for yourself in your life. I don't know about yourself, but I felt myself swaying a couple times there. I was really getting into the rhythm of those words and the energy, and my mind gets to go anywhere. It can focus on things that I think about, things that I deal with every day or live with, or it can figure out a solution I never figured out before. It can help me create something I want to do. It can help me get into a nowhere headspace where there's just no thoughts at all going on, which, hey, plenty enough going on in this world that some of us really do need some quiet brain space. That's for sure. But I don't know. There's something in the back of my head, man, where it's like uh, just saying blessings all day would be freaking. That'd be something interesting, man. See, I'm working towards it, and I'm working towards doing that. Like I've wondered a lot. But one thing that's been pretty amazing, I'll knock on my wooden bracelet right here. But I've learned some techniques over the years, and I've been able to keep going. And I can read every day. I can go through and do what I do. I can not abuse my voice to where my voice is actually still working and not hurting or causing me problems or things like that. I'll tell you what, I'll be hearing that crow this morning. That's definitely a crow there. Crow or raven, I guess. Because I don't know birds as well as I could. I saw this one video. There's this kid, and they were making a sound of every single type of bird that was around. Some amazing stuff, man. He came out, and people were laughing, but it was hilarious. And he was doing good because he wasn't like being laughed at. He was like being a comedian. It's pretty cool, actually. I think you're still haunted, and actually, um, writing my own blessings. I've been guided to write down, like, verbatim the mantras and so forth and different blessings. And then there was one in particular where I was directed to formulate what I needed with the ingredients that I had in front of me and using the ancient sounds and being able to arrange those appropriately. I was directed to do that, and I've done that once. I've done that once, and there are some other areas. This is important in the spirit. This for those on the journey. For those on the journey, this is important. What was written down yesterday, no matter how long ago yesterday was, what was written down yesterday was not necessarily the living energy of the moment. Okay, things change. Minutia shifts. And I will literally be reading over the mantras, reading over the blessings. I'll skip a word completely by accident, and I'll get an omen literally in the split second of a moment saying I wanted the word left, and it comes and the omen, the coffee pot going click, or the bird, or whatever, the light flickering or something right at that particular moment, and then I see it, and then I acknowledge it, and information comes through. That word, we didn't need that one. Not right now, not right now, not right here. Okay, moving on, not missing a beat. However, I I urge caution on creating one's own blessing using the ancient words of power. There is a lot, um, a lot there that I could be studying it for another 10 years, and I could study it till the end of my life, and there's still going to be information I'm going to find out that was there that I didn't see before. It's going to keep happening. I know this. I'm aware this is part of the journey. We're always uncovering a little bit more of information. so I was very cautious to do that. I did work and was solid, and I haven't exactly been direct to do that. But what I've been doing lately, because I haven't been back to the temple that I love so much, and so I've been thinking of the walkthrough and the reason why you see certain divines first. Now, my my blessing, those going out, they are in tunage with that introduction kind of walkthrough. But for instance, um, I must have known this before, but I'll explain it in detail here. So a suprabhatam is essentially a morning prayer, a morning blessing to wake up the divine. Suprabhatam, not that you have to remember it. Though I was going it over this morning, and for the planet associations, I actually, at the end of it, it states what it is. It's actually a Suprabhatam. It's actually the morning blessing one. I happen to get that one, which is right at the beginning, which is yes. And then I got some shorter other ones, and I'm like, yep, that's. But I need the stotras. I need the ashtotaras. Stotras is, I believe, are like hymns. I think I need to look up the definition again. I know ashta, the ashtaras are the wisdom bringing the information out from the divine. The ashtotaras I know are a hymn song format, and describes their qualities and so forth. Mantra, whether you've looked at it somewhere else, people believe different things. Well, for me, man is, it's human. Come on, man, man. You fucking plain as shit. You look up the history. And then the last part, tra, Tra, looking back at those three sounds historically, is connected to preservation. So a mantra is the preservation of humanity. I could make up something new today, but the stuff that they've been reading for thousands of years is much more important than me making something else of my own. They've been that energy, that sequence connecting to that has existed for so many years on this earth beyond human life, and yet it's passed on and passed on and passed on. And there's some areas, there's some things I get, and I'm real. There's a couple of the blessings, and I do like. It feels like I'm chopping it up, and I know in India there's a lot of different languages, and I try to get Tamil. There's the Sanskrit, but there's some other Indian languages that are utilized. And so I know I have a few different Indian languages within there. And so I appreciate that though, because it leaves me open to diversity. I know it's legit. I know it's real. Man, I know I've been going over my mantras in the temple, not trying to be loud about it, but I'm just there doing my thing, and people come in and do their thing, and then I get up afterwards. I'm not saying all the time, but I've had it happen a couple of times for sure. And people came up and they were like, "What language were you reading?" And I'm like, well, I think it was this one and a variety of other ones. And they come back and they say, you were reading my language. You were speaking in my language, like you were reading in my. I could understand what you were saying. And I'm like, oh, what? Really? I got it there. I got it close enough for you to hear to understand. Like, yeah. And that's the heart. That's the desire. The the spirit's gonna give you the correct gestures. The haters, they'll make themselves known. They're pretty obvious. No reason to get your hand dirty with the haters. Take the good compliments, pay attention to the good criticism. Constructive, positive criticism can help change my book. I put it in my book. I had it written. I had it published even, and I finally found somebody that was interested. They read it. They came back and they said, it's a good, it's all right, but there's this one part. It just repeats in your book throughout the whole thing, and it just It irritated me. And I was like, whoa. So I took that back home. He was a nice guy overall and everything. Um, and but he gave me some good advice and or his no not advice. He gave me his constructive criticism, and I took that back and I reformulated. I changed things. I took that repetitive thing out and I put a piece here and a piece there and a piece there. So I made it part of the whole book rather than just repeating through the whole book. And that got me where it got it. And so that kind of stuff is positive and good when you can find that to work with and to receive. And I've got other mantras and stotras too, and suprapartams to introduce to myself to go over to write down. Um, and so everything grows, everything develops, and so very much thanks for the question. I appreciate that. Is that a real bat? No, it's not a real bat, but it does have a real bird feathers in its spinal column. You know, Jig Zan, I got a story. I got a story to share. You'll like this story. Jig Zan said, where is it? Oh, who will win the World Cup? I don't know. I don't even know who's going to the thing. I ain't keeping up with it. No disrespect. All right, just I'm doing my own thing in life, and that's its own thing, and it's cool and all that. However, this is what I have to share. It's like, no, don't share it. That's people. Spirit, mama. Yeah, big old check mark. So I went from a pendulum. If you don't know what a pendulum is, it's like a stone. I got one laying up here somewhere, but you hold it and you put it over your hand, and it goes like left or right for no, and up and down for yes, or whatever the case. You ask questions and it guides you in life. Well, I developed to the point to where within my head, I'll get a visually within my head, I'll get a fat, big ass red X, and that means no, that shit's wrong, or I'll get a big fat check, which means yes, that's correct. Yes, green check, go. Big red X, no. Anyways, but somebody asked me about that fight, and I was like, I'm not saying who's gonna win, but I felt a connection to Connor, like because he mentioned the names of who was gonna do the fight, and I was like, I'm not saying who wins, but I feel some kind of connection. There's something with Connor. There's something there. And then the fight came, and somebody asked me about it. I'm like, I'm not into fighting. Like I don't know. I said what I felt. I didn't predict the winner, and Connor happened to have a busted knee, and the fight ended in 29 seconds from a past injury. No fucking fight happened. So yeah, you ask me for a winner or a loser. I'm picking up to different energies. I'm not concerned with winners or losers. In my personal opinion, we all win. The only way you lose is through a perspective of mind where everything happened for a bad reason. So then that's all that's focused on. Nothing else is going to come from. Nothing good's going to come from that. Just bad stuff's going to come from that. So I don't follow that mindset. So I wouldn't be any good at technically giving you a winner. I just say who I feel more connected to. That's about it. So I go over the blessings in the morning, 5:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm live at 5 every morning, and by 5:30 or thereabouts, I start the blessings, which go for about an hour and a half or so. And so in that regard, I'm not going to go over those blessings again. I tried that a few days ago, and it just wasn't exactly what I would. Wasn't the energy I was feeling. Like the blessings kind of went out. Though as far as animals go, I've got something to share. Just in case that bird was, I don't mind him, but he could come straight through on that. I can still hear him all right. Though there was somebody and they were going on a trip. I won't say who, and so he'll keep that all right. But they were going on a trip and they said, "Man, pray about my dog, da 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 da, whatever, whatnot." They were really concerned because their dog was older, and they were concerned that their dog was not going to be alive when they got back home. And I told them, I said, the reality is, I'm not saying this is for yourself, but I'm just sharing this fact, this little factoid versus what I want, what you want, what we want on this regard of reality of this. As I told him, I said, look, I said, say your goodbyes right now. Go on a walk, have a good time, do whatever you do. Do it now. Do it before you leave, because they're going to pass away when you're on your journey. When you're out and away, that's when they're going to pass on. It's not a bad thing, but their job as a spirit animal, as a spirit guide in the flesh, was to get you to where you could go on your journey, and you're going. So purpose served means I don't need to keep going. I can rest. My spirit can live. And that's literally what happened. And he had omens come up to him, situations or information, events that was hitting him in the moment. When he told me about it after the fact, after he related it to me after the fact. And who knows what the future's going to bring for us. My two daughters passed away. Why did my two daughters have to die? I don't see it like that anymore. I see that they only had to survive 5, 6, 13, 14 years of life. They didn't have to suffer anymore. That was a car accident. I wasn't in the state. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. I was pushed away by other people. My daughters did what they needed to do. Their spirits connected with me after their lives expired physically. And I'm still very much connected to their spirits. And I feel that presence as real as if somebody would be in the room. I don't have to treat life completely lost, but I could certainly have some stuffies in the room. I could certainly have some toys and whatnot and do my own thing and make me feel as if that presence truly is here as I sense it to be within my heart. I know that ghosts and spirits and ETs moving through space, all that shit's real. All the stories people ever share, that shit's fucking real. You can doubt all you want. I fucking know it's real. So, that's the world I'm going to live in. That's the world I'm going to populate. That's the mentality that I have. I know and am very aware that other people do not see that other world. They're not aware of it. It's in movies, stories, and all sorts of programming, but they deny any reality of it, and they take these concoctions. As somebody said, take 3 of these a day. We made them in a lab, and they got side effects that we could talk about for a month, but you take these and you'll get better. Fuck. Yeah, my mom took that shit. She forgot who she was. Had to get her off all that shit cold turkey. That was fucking nuts, right? That was. I'm not saying she was nuts. I'm saying that was an event. Oh, that's not easy. Oh, talk about coming off of drugs. That's what that was, quite literally. But just because it was had her name printed on it, in a bottle, and people had lab coats and all that shit behind their names and plaques on the wall. It's okay. It's okay. We made it okay for you to for us to sell this one. Fuck. Let's get back to nature. Thank you. Uh, it's interesting. People think these are rugs, but they're tapestries. Um, yeah, total tapestries. Yeah, I know James. It's not easy, man. We've all been through that. We've all been through a loss with somebody, but again, that's where the truth is that they're alive and they're kicking. I've been around people and they perceive that they're not around anymore, so their whole lives are full of not accomplishing dreams and failing at everything, and because they're sad every day because the person they love the most isn't around anymore. That's every day. Every day is just gonna be a piece of shit day with no motivation. If my fucking mom could come back and caught me like that, she'd go get the nearest 2x4. She'd grab my staff right here behind. If my mom saw me being a loaf of fucking junk every day, just boo-hooing myself, I'm not. Don't get me wrong, I spend a lot of time doing that. But if I had no fucking gumption to do shit, she'd come grab my staff and whack me over the head with it. What you doing with your life, boy? Move on with something. Do something. Wait. I used to have these. I was a little kid, and I might have shared this yesterday or not, but I've been thinking about it. I was just a little kid, and fucking. I did share it yesterday. I sure did, but I'm gonna share it again. I feel like it. I do. And I guess I'm getting older or something. I usually try to avoid saying the same thing over and over again. But but I was in school. I was in like first grade. Okay, I'm this little old thing, and we got two gym teachers that are 6 foot tall. They're each of them. They're 6 foot plus tall, and I'm in the first grade. I'm a little old thing. Principal of the fucking school is there. The fucking two gym teachers are there, and little old me is there. And they say, "You better sign this piece of paper." Blah blah blah. I said, "Shit." They were trying to scare me. I said, shit, if I do that, my mama will do worse to me than what you can do. My mom already told me not to sign shit. Don't sign it. Don't fucking sign it. Don't sign it. Do not fucking sign it. If you understood what's fucking happening when you put your fucking pen to paper, there's a lot more shit going on than you could fathomably be aware of. Don't fucking sign anything. That's what she drove into me. That's what I was. They were trying to get me to sign a write up. I refused to sign the write up. Guess what? That write up, if we want to be technical and really understand it, that write up would have stayed on my record throughout my entire life in academics and school or anything. Literally would have stayed on, though, because I did not consent that I was guilty of that. Zilch, nothing ever mentioned, put on there. That's it. Nothing went nowhere with it. Couldn't do nothing with it. When you sign something, that's it's not just it's not that. There's so much more attached to that. There's so much reality going into that, both on a legitimate, in our world reality, and in a quantum reality of attachment of a spell that has been agreed upon. People say, "Oh, let me create a contract." And very humans are very much, they like their contracts. So we're gonna cover everything, and we are going to, might as well goddamn prick our fingers and put our fucking blood print on that shit. I mean, it's the same thing. Might as well be the same damn thing. Anyways. Oh, and hell, oh, oh, hello. Hello, 101. You see what I really, really fast, you know, groupings of letters. I thought the big O was the space in between the two. Nice name, though. I like that. Nice one. Hello, 101. No, this is not a cult. This is not a religion. Um, I have a motto in life, and that is learn from all sources and belong to none of them. You're going to learn here if you decide, well, I'm here, I'm live every day from 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's negative 4 GMT if you're in another part of the world, till 10 a.m. This time zone. And so there are things to learn. There's a lot to gather in from that, but it's nothing to follow. It's information to be inspired by, um, so that you can live one vibrational energy, which is your joy, which is your happiness, which is your interest. See, I've got Egyptian, I've got some Scandinavian, I've got Hindu, I've got native, I've got tribal. Let's just, instead of aboriginal native, can we just say, can I just say tribal? That's what I'm just gonna say tribal. I got the tribal influence. I got, got it all around. Okay. These are my particular interests, and that's what causes me to be happy, and that's what my drive is. Your interest could be different into something else of what you find to be particularly joyful, and that's what I believe you should populate and create, design, and that's what I'm encouraging for people to do in their lives. And so in that token, it winds up literally what we are to each other in a most respectable form of mind is that we're stepping stones to each other. I have found that stones can contain memory. And if you want to challenge that thought, we have quartz crystals and other stones and metals inside of our devices so as to allow such memory to continue as it is. And so, moving forward, as we learn from somebody or from a source, a group, or whatever it may be, that's a step we're taking through life across that big river. We just take it from stone to stone. We just get in that advice from that person. We learn all about that. Boom, it's time to move on. Take that next step. Learn from the next person. Learn everything they have to share with us and move on. And we're going to become that stable stone of memory for someone else to learn from and be our own inspiration into the world, each and every single one of us. And to me, I mentioned like my daughters had passed away, but I feel their help and presence and guidance every single day of my life, quite practically, in saying, here's how to be a better dad. Here, try this out. Hey, dad, this is a better direction to go. And you know how that comes through? Omens, signs, light flickering, little clinks, synchronicities. When certain things go click, 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 they planned, they arranged that. People say, oh, these things happen by chance. To line it up with the timing of my thought and everything else, there was no chance in that. I've seen chance happen in the world and things go boom and they fall down and they go crash. Destruction in the worst way happens, usually. But when things line up and they produce something like a message, a sign, a fucking, yep, that happened, that happened, that happened. There was something good that happened. I don't see chance. I see design. And so I share each day, and I come on each day, and but yeah, definitely not a cult. I thought of it before, and I'm like, if I ever have a physical building, it's open to change or flow. But I'm like, if I got some regular place that I actually wind up like being in and doing stuff, and people come every day, like if somebody's come for like 4 straight months or a year, I don't know what the time limit is, but like if you like 2 years max, if you've come back for 2 years, like every freaking day, like bro, I love you, and like I'd like to like either like find a place to live and just stay here all the time, or like go find something else to do in the world because you learned everything there is to learn here, my man. Like, we don't need like that's people don't need other people to find their way in life. They just need to have their heart connected with the planet, with the sky, with the sun, with the stars, and you'll find yourself nestled beautifully in between mother and father, who are always looking out for you one way or another. It's taken, I don't know, 10, 12 plus 13, 12, 12, 12 years, 5 years of active every single day, search and read and write and experiencing, doing it to get to the point to where I trust. Like I trusted before, but like I just kept walking the path. I was like, look, if you put a step in front of me, I'll fucking do it. And they were like, take a step, and there's no ground. The spirit be like, take a step in life, and I take that step, and then right as my foot's about to go into nothing, like I step onto something every single time, and I've been able to keep on making it. And at this point, whew, something's going to work out one way or another. It's not going to fall flat. It's not. And it's amazing how much the heart and how much the mind will be attached to, oh my goodness, things are going to end bad. But the scientist in me says, well, look at the past. I think all that was good. How about you? And I'm like, well, damn, I have to say, yes, it was good. Well, what do you think the future's going to be? You think it's going to spontaneously change? We've been working towards this. This has been effort. That's what a real mom and dad would do. That's what a real friend would do. They would encourage you, they would build you up, they would help you be stronger, to think better about yourself in all of these cool ways. That's what I found real families like. That's what I found real friends are like. Hey, maybe they can't do it in the moment, everything's just going on as it's going, but at every moment that they can, they help you out, pick you up, do something positive. Not always right whenever, but hey, like a friend does. Hey, that's pretty solid. It's pretty good in this world. And I've found that even one of those kind of people in life really makes things a whole lot better. It's not that life's impossible without them. But boy, if you could find that person, that's that's a pretty awesome thing. Lucas, I saw your comment earlier that you were trying to like deprogram. If you're still here, shoot a message in the comment section. If not, of course not. um, Wave asked if I disagree with religion. Um, I found that there's both positives and negatives within it. There's the whole kick caboodles in there. You know it's there. And for my time growing up within religion and the one that I did grow up within, I'm glad I got certain lessons and learned certain truths of existence. Whereas without that influence, that would have never came in. Overall, nah, man, I ain't join no. I ain't being stuck to any religion. I'm not down for dogmatic teaching. I'm not down for believe me and do what I say and fuck off. Yeah, I don't, either either we gonna see each other as equals and get along and jam the spirit, or that's not gonna happen. So, and on a flip side, on a flip note, religion is really good. If if all the negatives could be pulled out, the negatives that are happening to people and whatnot on that sort of scale, if those could be pulled out, that'd be great. But I found that the religions, in certain ways, they've been preserved over time, and that's important for one to be able to track their way and learn about the ancients, to go through modern religion and see how people have adapted things modernly, and then to go back further and see how they've done that, and then further and see how they've done that. That's It's very important to understand where we are in this world, and so to some type of preservation, I think that's important. of keeping those marks of memory in existence wholesomely, in a positive way that people could learn. Most definitely. Oh, Lucas was out. I didn't catch that. Maybe we'll catch him tomorrow. Have you ever built anything with a friend? Worked on a project with a friend, like a comic book or a story? I had this one friend years ago. I won't mention his name, but we had decided to write a comic book together. And I did the story because I was a writer. I was writing, and I loved writing. Shoot, give me an idea, I'm gonna fly with it. And he was an artist. He could draw. He could draw some pretty cool stuff. So we came together one time to really discuss turning, creating a story and some art and making it happen. In my head, we're gonna do a comic style comic book. We got together. I presented an idea. It was the comic book was going to be called Bob and Joe, and the idea was that Bob and Joe was not roommates, but they lived in some apartments, and one of them played their music really loud, and the other one they played their video games like really loud. And, the music would go off, and the other dude would get upset. He'd turn on his video games, and boom, boom, and they keep raising their volume. They have these volume matches, arguments, and just ready, getting irritated by each other. And so, like, they start throwing stuff at the wall and chumping shit at the wall, like, because they're irritated. You start bashing the wall. You know how you do, fucking irritated or whatever. They just go off the walls, like, and off, literally off the walls. And they wind up doing so much damage to that wall that they create a hole in between their apartments. And at first, they gotta hide it because they're like, dude, I don't want to fucking pay for this damage, and the other dude doesn't want to pay for the damage. And so at first, they're just hiding it. And of course, sound just goes over so easy now, so you could hear everything. It's like they're fucking living in the same place, and uh, and then one thing turns into another, and instead of like getting rid of it, they wind up reinforcing it, and they now have a walkway to hang out with each other, and they become friends. They start hanging out all the time. They enjoy each other's company. They're not pissing each other off anymore. Like, he plays his music loud, he's playing his games loud, and they don't even care about it. Just boom, boom, bang, bang. Who gives a shit? We're doing our thing. And like, and then it's a constant comedy thing because like people are suspicious that the wall's missing, and so like they'll come in to fix things or whatever, and they're always trying to cover up behind the wall so that they can stay friends and like keep the place open to each other. And but he wasn't down for the comedy aspect on a comic book, so he didn't bite at that one at all. Um, I came up with a different idea, which was more magic and adventure and story and depth and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I don't think he drew anything substantial to any degree of anything. And I remember his last words for that moment for trying to create a comic book was, if it's not perfect, it ain't we can't do anything with it. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? I mean, like, and he never came back to try to keep working on it or drew anything. They don't care to talk about it after that. Nothing. Zilch. And the only thing I could really, really put together in totality was like, there's only one way to produce something and it has to be perfect. And if it's not perfect, then it doesn't get to be made. That sounds pretty crappy to me. So I took the adventure story, the one with magic and depth and all of that, because I created character names and all that stuff. And I was like, well, shoot, I want to keep working on this story. I might not have pictures or drawings or stuff like that, but I ain't giving up. I ain't just because someone else ain't here don't mean I can't write the story. And so literally, like, I worked on that for years. For years, I still got it. It's in my book even. In the back portion of it, I lost all the material. I had over 40 plus pages. And when I say I had over 40 plus pages, I mean they were like tiny writing. So it would have been like 80 pages in a regular kind of a book. Easy, easy double, easy, um, if not more. Dialogue going back and forth, details, everything, man. And my life hit that one point in moment, and everything I had, everything went out the window. Everything was gone. And when that happened in the past, that gave me a moment to be able to look and open up my arms to the future of whatever I could receive, and which what's come, and the ways of which what I have has been an amazing journey, and to be able to utilize these elements to be able to create manifestations, miracles, blessings. That's something that I know I want to do with my life. To be able to do healings for people, legitimate sound healings with stones and the gong and the sound bowls. That's I still I still look to the day when I get to do a shop again, run a shop, be part of a shop, metaphysical place, whatever the case, and get to do that and resonate that work, not just here online, but that online and boom, for people in person who'd like to come. That's for sure. You talking about your Kundalini tooling around 2025? And that's Vespa buggy. If you would like, I do have my book. It is published. You can buy a copy of it. And before I even mention where you could get a copy, I'll put my email in the chat log and allow you to be able to, if you would like a free PDF copy, you can shoot me an email and I'll happily send you a free PDF copy of that. There we go. And my GoFundMe is connected to my main YouTube page. So if you click my picture, it'll have my GoFundMe there. Click that'll take you there. So if you care to make a donation, if you appreciate the book or whatnot afterwards, that'd be awesome. If not, no worries, no biggie. As I've done my research online, I appreciate being able to get my hands on a digital copy first, and then if I really like that digital copy, I can buy the physical copy. And so, in that regard, that's how I like choose. That's how I like to give the options out at least. But if you do want to go to Amazon.com, the book is available there. Cetera, hard print, softback, Setchra, the same name as the email, just without the at Yahoo, obviously, and same name as the channel. I appreciate that, Chainsaw. Um, yeah, still haunted. There's reasons. Um, but when I wanted to go live, I wanted to be able to do what I wanted to do, and I did try that whole monetization thing on TikTok, and that wound up doing a lot of things that I wasn't really interested in. They're trying to get me to do things and join chats and do all this other stuff, and I'm like, I could understand that's your direction, but this is modifying who and what I am, and I don't care for that influence. So on a multi-scale and aspect, I go with the GoFundMe's. That's been pretty fluent and easy enough. I mainly read that piece for the ceremonial portion, and there's a lot of times I'll just forget and I'll leave it on. And I know it's got the like jinglies and stuff. Like, how can you freaking miss that? Uh, just get used to stuff. Got stuff jingling on me all the time. So, um, the person I had an idea. I was like, well, let me shift as I feel like shifting, and that's finding my own nature, finding my own course and new territory in life. And so I've got to find an ability to change up, even though I got the same thing happening every day. I got to find a way to change that up and get used to it along the way. And that's regular adaptation, it's regular getting used to things, and that's all in really knowing myself, not knowing anybody else, but knowing myself, knowing what I'm being comfortable with, what I appreciate, what I would like to change, do something a little bit different, find some balance. And so in that journey of life is filled. It's not chasing somebody else, but it's experiencing the same thing enough until it says, you know what, I had enough. I'd like something new, please. And I find we all do that in different ways. A lot of us will put off moving or shifting to something new or different because it's unfamiliar. And for myself, that's I've adapted that into the construct of having all the ice cream I want, to the point where I say, you know what, I'm good with that ice cream. I don't freaking need ice cream. I'm good without it. I'm okay. I had enough. I stuffed it. I didn't have it for a while, and I ate so much of it, I made myself sick. And I had enough. So I've just learned to appreciate things while I have it. And then easily, without something pulling me backwards, without a desire aiming me backwards, I can go ahead and look forward to the new and the different. Wendy McBride, Marine Corps, Com 8811. Shu is the ancient name of the wind. When Ra had two children, just created the first two beings, it was Shu and Tefnut, the wind and the rain. And I know, at least for myself, I'm connected to air. People tell me, ground, ground, ground. Shit, if you could see my history, I've grounded. But I did that so I could tether off and be anywhere out in the wind. That's my element, that's what I enjoy. And I find the wind and the rain are so important to life. On a regular basis, I live one vibrational energy. In more ways than one, I maintain that love. I maintain my state of being. I have many different aspects of life that I enjoy, but I maintain that point of my happiness. And for whatever reason, you might have stumbled or found this channel and decided to keep listening for a little bit. There's some type of energetical connection that can create healing, that can do something good. Um, I'm a healer, and for me, I, I'm looking for family. I'm looking for brothers and sisters, like-hearted people. Um, people could have the same mind, but they could be quick to change their mind too. They could have follow the group mind, and so that's not always a thing. But I found that the heart is the base, the heart is the foundation in people's hearts. sometimes it just defends the situation to expose the heart and to see who they truly are and how they respond to us, because that was their heart the whole time. Yes, they fought not to be mean or ugly, but that's what existed from the start, and that's why it popped out ultimately. It wasn't something that we decided, something we did. It's something that's always existed. Because if they don't have complete control over their situation, then they're gonna lose their shit. If they've got complete control over their situation, then they're happy as pie because everybody and everything is just exactly where it was put in place for what it was supposed to do, and nothing's getting out of line. Yay! And so I've been able to find family and those with love in their heart and not necessarily control, but that ability to be that healer, that ability to find family of similar heart on this planet, and sometimes that's enough for us to keep going another day. It's enough for us to actually have a smile that we're not faking. It's different when we know that we're not alone in the world. So to whatever regard or whatever degree that you connect, cool. Cheers to that. That's it. That's it. Still haunted. I like it good enough. Bracelet bells, incense smells, new blessings stream today. Cetra heals, wavelength feels. Hey, hello. Okay. Man, I kind of want to write that down. It's pretty good. I like that. It's actually pretty good. I'll share my little intro. Um, I came up with it a while ago. I started the other day. I started the beginning of the day like this. I've only done that one. Anyways, it goes, hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Cetra's Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream up anything you dare to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You, yeah, you are an electromagnetic being. That means you have the ability to push away or pull to you anything that you desire. And anyways, I like what you put. That was pretty good. Okay, so that's actually pretty funny because there was Scott said, pretty sure this dude's been knocked out in public several times. It's cool. Thanks. Well, thanks for the just kidding. Funny, I was saying it right at that moment that the message came through. Anyways, thinking about that comment, technically, I have blacked out one time in my life, and that's because I was pushing myself and I was working and I was dehydrated, and my brain said, stop, 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 and I kept fucking working, and I fucking woke up. I told that story to people for 3 years. And finally, somebody says, "Oh, you blacked out." I said, "That's what a blackout is? Holy shit." I've had one of those. And that was because I kept working beyond what I. Anyways, I learned my limit that time. uh, uh, yeah. And but other than that, I've literally there's this brought a memory back to me, which is a cool memory, as chaotic as it sounds. But I was going down this hill on my bicycle, and it's really steep. And I drive down this hill on my car several times, and it says speed limit like I don't know 25 miles an hour or something. And I'm like, I'm flying down on my bicycle, like I'm arms out, I'm balanced. Like I know there's a break at the middle at the bottom. I know there's a break in the curb at the bottom, and it has its curve. And I got this, and I'm flying down this motherfucker, and uh, and then I get within eyesight to clearly see the speed bump in the road. Now I'm in the middle of a road. Sure, a car could come, but fuck it, I'm doing it anyways. Here's the kicker: tiny speed bump on this side, big long fucking speed bump on this side. Tiny gap on the side of the road, not at the middle. So I had three options that went through my head super fast. And it was either one brake or the other. Well, I don't know which brake I'm pulling, and I could easily like smack my head into the ground if I lock up that front brake without the right one being locked up. So I said, nope, that's not a good idea. I could smack on both brakes. I could wind up having a similar reaction. I don't fucking know. Third option, brace for impact. I said, let's go for number three. I fucking braced for impact. I didn't slide. I didn't try to lay the bike down. I just fucking, no brakes, full speed. I flew 15 feet. I'm not kidding. You could see the impact of my bike on the ground. I had tire tracks on my back, literally right up and down my spine. I had tire tracks. The bicycle ran me over. Yep. Or I landed on it, one or the other. And I remember hitting the ground head first, and I rolled, and I never lost consciousness. The only reason why things went black was because my head was tucked under, and then it was light, and then it was tucked under, and then it was light. But that's when 75% of my body was straight up. I put on some clothes I had in a backpack, and I don't know how I got tire tracks on my back while I had a backpack. Anyways, and my body's fucking hurting. I'm like, but I literally walk into a store in the Target. I get a bottle of alcohol of Crocs, cleaning alcohol, not to drink. Literally, I went into the bathroom and started. I bought it. I paid for it, and I started pouring it over my body like holy shit. I just had to kill the germs, man. I just wanted to kill the germs. I can take the fucking pain. I can deal with the pain. That's what you've been through. I've been through. Right. So I can take the fucking pain. That's not an issue here. I just need to clean. I just need to clean the wounds here. And but anyways, I went to the hospital, and they said my arm was broken. They put my arm in a half cast. Told me to come back in 2 weeks. And then they took X-rays, and they took more X-rays, and they took more X-rays, and more X-rays. I think they took 13 or 15 X-rays total. And they come back and they say you could take that off. I said, no, my arm's broke, doc. They said, nope, your arm's not broke. That's why we took so many X-rays. Your arm's not broke. Yeah, we checked several times. Your arm's not broke. No, just take it off. That's atrophy. That's the pain you're feeling. No more. I was like, holy shit. So anyways, that was cool. Either I healed to the point to where a scar of a break of a bone is not visible, mm, whatever, Hey, I'll go with it. Karen Clayton. Now that would be if you're saying that to me, that would be cool. And if you're serious, shoot me an email. I'll chat. Do I still do any jousting? Not physically. However, however, if I could, I'd like to put on a tilting event. Jousting means you're on horseback. Okay, horses require a lot more than just people. More components going on with the horse than just person. Now the past, and they did charge the battlefield on foot with lances, and so without the horse, they called it tilting. And I thought tilting would be pretty cool actually to do, and some people do it, but there's one dude I've actually met him, and he makes some historically phenomenal armor. And when you get the historically correct stuff, you can. There's one. It's called, if I'm not mistaken, the frog helmet, and it actually latches onto the breastplate and the back plate, and you can literally fall on your head. Literally, you can fall on your head with all your armor and everything, and you won't snap your neck. You won't break your neck. You'll be good. Like, it's designed to save your fucking life in the most catastrophic event. So there's different classes of armor, and with the correct armor, I would be happy to joust, and with the wrong armor, I would say you're no. I see what you're doing, and you're literally walking up to the roulette table with your life every day. No, no, not on that level. But but God, yeah, that's some awesome stuff right there. Welcome, no name. But yeah, jousting, that's when they're on horseback with the horses. And yeah, I believe that. I go over blessings at roughly about 5:30 a.m. every day, and it lasts for about an hour and a half or so. And that would be Eastern Standard Time. Five. I go live at 5 a.m. at Eastern Standard Time, or if you're in another part of the world, that would be -4 GMT. And I go over quite a long bit of blessings, and uh, and so those go out every morning. This video will be available later on today in the Invisible College section. This is video 100. This is day 100 of videos on YouTube. So thank you for everybody that's been a part of it. That's been pretty cool. I usually don't put the name of or the number of the episode on the video, but this one being day 100, I was like, hey, that's actually pretty freaking cool. And but we do go over those blessings each day, and I did a few days ago. I mentioned this before, but for yourself, I went over a blessing afterwards, and it just didn't feel right. It's what my heart wants to do, but it's kind of like the energy's going out, and just even be aware of yourself to be connected in that state, in the where we are here astrally, in the living one vibrational energy healer, positive vibe here, sending out blessings that when I do become aware of things, it's interesting how things can start to work out in your favor. And that's why I say awareness is key, is because awareness is key to your eternity. Because by being aware of something, your soul will will create a solution. It will help you find out what that solution is. It will guide you to it in one form or another. This is where we just feel led to do things. And if we're not aware of it, if we don't know, our spirit has no clue. So it can't do anything for us because it doesn't know there's anything to be done. So awareness is key to your eternity. Many blessings to one and all as well. Take care, Karen. Dude, I've I've literally had somebody when I was going to the Hindu temple. I literally had somebody tell me that they would, because people they use the word sponsor, and they'll financially sponsor somebody to go on a trip back to India or whatnot, and there's this one dude. He said, "I will sponsor you to go to Mount Kailash." And I was like, that's cool and all, but like, I just really don't see that in the cards for me. I just, and I chatted with him and stuff afterwards, and that could have happened perhaps if I would have went in that direction. People kept telling me to go to Mount Kailash, and then, and I might be mispronouncing a little bit, Mount Kailash. I think it's Kailash, and it's where Shiva's from. And there's a few different mountains of them when you start getting into the technical bits of it. In any regards, the one primary one that people go and visit um, within 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 2 weeks time, for sure. Within 2 weeks time, I had two different people that came back from Mount Kailash, and they actually brought water back with them from that mountain, and they were like, here, and they gave me some in my hand so I could drink some so that I could put over my head as a blessing. And I thought that was pretty interesting that that area, the water itself came, what the resonance, everything's in the resonance of the water. Oh my goodness, it carries that. And so that was quite a wonderful privilege to partake in. But I was literally just thinking yesterday about going to Europe, man, because I was watching this program, and it was just castles and stuff, and I'm like, dude, if I could actually go visit some castles or some actual historic spots, man, over in Europe, dude, they got some history there. America, I ain't saying there's no history. We learn there's a lot more history under this land than we're aware of it currently. We're learning that people are getting there. Anyways, there's a lot of rich history in Europe and that connection. Um, I have this slight uh, curiosity that if I went to another country, I might just find somewhere and just stay there until I was supposed to go somewhere next. I don't know. It's not always possible, but I could imagine. Oh, anyways, um, to being who you are, because you're going to find the correct people regardless. You'll be inspired regardless of the outcome every single day and every single moment. Connections are, oh, they're everything. They're a beautiful thing to have in the world, and to find them just out of the dark. And don't get me wrong, I've met plenty of opportunities that did not, and I'm not saying this about her at all or anything about them, but I've met plenty of opportunities that didn't prove to come true. I've met plenty of person that was false to me in the person, and I've met plenty of thing that was false to me online. And in both of those kind of strikeouts, when they've happened in the past, they taught me I'm happy to entertain positive ideas. I'm not going to throw an anchor on it. But if it winds up happening for real, well, we on a new part of the journey and new page of life opened up. And so that's where I keep myself open yet reserved. The ability to adapt, yet the ability to put my roots in and stay firm for a bit and stay where I am. And just ready to shift with the wind, with the directions as they come, not being stuck to one singular outcome, but just heading in the direction that I know I want to go in life. That's big. That's big. I've met I've met other people that had good intentions. They meant the good stuff, but I could see in their long-term communications with me that they had traits in them that led to saying completely downright meaningful things. I don't care what caused that grouping of words to pop up, but whatever it did, wherever their mind was, good intention or not, just because it's being aware. It's always being aware and adjusting, adjusting, accepting reality for what it is. I found in a lot of situations, I want to see things that are better. I want to see things that are getting better. But if I look at them for what they are and I say, well, my efforts have not been making things better, then I need to adjust. I need to come back and try something different or give up on that and change my direction and my focus. And that's going to allow me to see reality for what it is and not just a facade of what I want it to be. It's important to know what I want my future to be, but in another aspect, if it's not realistic, if I'm taking too large of a stride in life, um, what I mean by that is learning one skill, one ability before moving on to the next. If you want to create something that involves calculus, intense formulas of numbers, then you got to learn addition, subtraction, move into calculus, and on and on and on. And that's what I mean. If you start from one place and you try to reach to another place without having something in the middle, that's that long stride that causes us to lose balance. It causes us to get repetitively frustrated with something. And I found whenever I do anything in this world, I like to do things without frustration jumping in. That means learning what I'm working with and doing and taking the time to learn that. I've done some things for other people and I'm like, this is not my thing. I don't know this system. I'm not plugging into this thing. I'm not spending time on here. I'm not You want to do something there? I'll hit the buttons and do that much, but like I don't know that system. Man. They even wound up sending me pictures. This is one picture to the next picture of what to do, and if they didn't do that, it would have never happened. But I was able to follow their pictures and get there eventually. So, uh, and other things like I've worked with specific website building things, and I've built a website At first, it took me a week, if not longer, and then the second time it took me days, and then the third time even less, and then less, and then now, shoot, well, I don't know about right now, but I got to a certain point where I was making it. I could throw a professional, good working website together in like 4 hours or so, and easy enough. Boom, boom, boom. But I'm not saying I was writing code or anything like that. Don't get it wrong. I ain't all that like tech savvy like that. It was a website that had things available for you. I just learned how to use their system um, pretty effectively, and that's what we can do. We can learn how to move things effectively in this world without problems, without irritation, without a bunch of uh, getting lost in the maze, as one would put it. But really being able to be familiar with different areas, their rotations, their cycles, being able to navigate one's life pretty darn decently, knowing when friction is popping up and knowing when to just back off from that friction. Mercury retrograde is kicking off, and that's happening right now. And so as you go throughout your day, remember the peace that you can attain. If you've been here, if you if you've been following, if you have connected today for the first time, if you have found that peace, know that you can access that peace at any moment, anywhere, no matter what's going on directly in front of you, across from you, outside of you, you can access that peace. You've done it once. You didn't just do it because me. You're in your space, I'm in my space, and you created that in your own space, in your own being. You were able to access that calm, that state of being. So, literally, you can be in that state of being at any moment that you choose to be. And I have found one of the most biggest advantages in life. This goes literally real world stuff. When somebody would make me upset, when I would be going something and I would literally be angry, okay? You know how the thoughts go when one's angry? Well, just thoughts, not actions, just thoughts. I literally, there was one point in my past I was able to find, I reached that peace for a moment. I said, you know what, I'm going to let that exist in this moment just for a little bit. I could go right back to being angry. I could do whatever I want to. But I'm going to try this. I didn't read it in a book. Nobody told me to do it. Nobody suggested for me to do it. I tried to do this. So I took this moment in my past that had happened one time years ago, and I brought it into the current moment in the past that I was angry. And in that moment, I was literally able to very quickly, in a very small amount of moment, I was able to connect to a different thought flow. I was able to actually start receiving like intuitional ideas. This is before I learned about the Hindu temple. This is before I got into tarot cards. I was writing my own language. This is a word in my own language, and I forget which word it is. They have different signs and words, and you can memorize it. I did for a time. I learned what I needed to, and the words are more to abilities that we have. It's the ability that I can do that at any state, at any point in my life, no matter what I decided to jump into, no matter what I was emotionally involved with, I can jump out of that for a moment, connect to something greater, and I'm gonna change my direction in life to wherever that information was flowing to, because it's been good, it's been healthy, it's been helpful, and it has not been anger. It's been calm and peace and that. And so I found a little recipe, and in the beginning when I did this, I couldn't do it like every single day, every single situation, but I did it when I could, and I tried. I kept trying. I kept working on it, and that muscle, that ability, became stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the years. And that's one thing about life, about anything you choose to do, whatever it is you choose to do with your life and become and embody, is if you work at it every single day, even just a little bit, progress is progress. And if you progress every single day, oh my goodness, sky's the limit. The more familiar we become with anything, the easier we can do it, the more we can mix it up, the more we can, and that can be your very emotions and not just an object. It can be your very mental state of being, it can be what you envision in your life. And you can have control over your mind and your heart, and you can understand that anything that you allow yourself to repetitively experience and be open to, that's what's going to be in there. That's what you're saying. I accept this into my life. And you can change that. You can morph that. You can move past that. You can forget about that. It's interesting how some thoughts in the beginning they can be nice and fun and good, and then they turn out to be like a plague, and it just won't go away. It's not very funny in the moment when one is going through it. That's a fact indeed. Oh, yeah, man. Many blessings to Europe, man, for sure. Most indeed. Ooh, that's it. I remember. There we go. Okay, look, check this out. This is, I'm going to plug in the article. I'm going to copy the link into the chat log here. So if you'd like to check it out at any point, you can at least copy and paste it or whatnot, and at least copy the info there. You can click it and go to it, whatever. Boom, that jumped up. And go back, go forward. There we go. In a world marked by stress, constant stimulation, and emotional challenges, a fundamental question emerges. Can we truly transform ourselves by changing the way we relate to our thoughts, emotions, and experiences? The meeting between science and human experience reveals a powerful idea. We are not prisoners of our habits, our reactions, or our past. Through conscious practice, we can transform the way we relate to ourselves, to others, and to the world. A changing brain. The possibility of inner transformation. The human brain is not a fixed structure. It continues to evolve throughout life in response to our experiences, thoughts, emotions, relationships, and environment. This ability, known as neuroplasticity, means that the brain can create and strengthen new patterns over time. Mindfulness works with this natural ability to change. By training attention and awareness, it can help individuals develop new ways of responding to life's challenges. Transformation does not mean becoming a completely different person, it means unlocking qualities and possibilities that already exist within us. Neuroscience suggests that repeated experiences can influence the brain's systems involved in emotions, attention, and behavior. By practicing self compassion and acceptance, individuals may gradually strengthen qualities such as patience, resilience, and emotional stability. That's really what we all truly desire is stability in one form or another. That stability, it comes from literally our emotions, whether our emotions are up or down is generally speaking of how we're doing. And so one wants to be happy and good every day so that they are stable in being happy and good every day. But I've come on a path that one cannot be happy and good every day. There's going to be variety, there's going to be other emotions, there's a time and a place for everything. And so there's a group of feelings that are going to come in. Each I need to entertain and I need to take care of healthfully in a positive form. And if the energy is bad or not good in some way, I need to transform it into love. And, well, I'm doing that already, anyways. And that love, like I said, really appreciating the self, valuing the self, seeing the self as something more than just an object. Really becoming aware of our patterns of behaviors and what it's actually creating for us. For instance, I've hung out with people and they would be quick to make a cut down on me or whatever kind of saying that and oh, that's just what I do. It's just what we do, right? And for me, no, if you want to be like that, I won't be around because I don't. If I'm gonna have a friend tomorrow, tomorrow means every day in the future for me. If I'm gonna have a friend tomorrow, then I need to respect that person. If I'm tearing them down and ha 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 afterwards, well, then in any moment that I'm not doing good and they could interpret it just like that and see it happen. Put that experience and my actions together, they're going to want nothing more to do with me. There's going to be a blow up, there's going to be a problem, there's going to be a conflict. And so I don't want to create that moment. I don't want to be part of that conflict. I don't want to have that moment. I want to appreciate the person next to me. I want to build them up. I don't want to be torn down. I don't want to tear them down. I don't get stronger by hurting somebody else. That's not how I see things. And I understand that there are people in this world, and that is how they see things. I acknowledge that reality. So when I see it, I can mention it, but if the behavior persists, well, do I want to teach them? Do I want to invest all that emotion, all that time, patience, anger, frustration, everything in tow with it? Do I want to invest in that? Nah. At this point in my life, I'm good. I'm good on that. Have a good life. Love you. I learned how to be a good ghost. Good ghost is just gonna disappear. It's gone. Didn't even no scare on the way out, no nothing. Just ghost. That's why they call it. Man, ghosted me. Yep. Call it what you need to. But I did my disappearing act. There was one person that never gave up on me, and that was my mom. Everybody else, every single other person I found, they in it for what they need. Because if there was $1 million on the table, and they had half and you had half, would you stick together? Would you go different ways? How would that go? Options are different. Realities are going to change. Money just changed the reality. And that's why I continue to follow my heart everywhere. Because I'm going to follow that reality whether money's present or not. I could care less. And it's easy, it's very easy to identify somebody who still values that dollar above the health or the well-being of another person. I said it before and I'll say it again. And it's in that movie Schindler's List. It's like I saw that when it was out at the theaters as a kiddo, and I remember at the end the dude was like, Schindler was so said, man, if I would have sold this ring, I could have saved more people. If I would have sold that car, I could have saved 3 people. If I would have sold that, I could have saved more people. And he was, out of everybody he helped and saved, he was regretting not saving 20 more people. For myself, I can't put that measure on anybody else, but I could see that and be inspired by that action to do good, regardless of what situation is, regardless of what one is stuck within, regardless of what's going on behind the scenes. There's good-hearted people in this world, gosh darn it, and that's where I find you. That's where we find each other. And to me, that's that telepathic connection. That's that mind of God. That's that oneness that we share when we get those omens in the world. When we get those little signs, the little click, the tick, the bump, whatever goes on. I said that and the coffee pot goes click. I love it. I love it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful reality to be aware that our words do have power and that we can do more together without needing to tell each other what to do or who to be or how to dress or how to act, but being able to encourage each person to be who they are, like something in an egg, like the cosmic egg ever unfolding before us. It's going to keep maturing as long as we keep helping. No matter how big or how wide or whatever, there's another egg that we're going to be born, and there's another egg to break out of. Egg within an egg thing. It's a word for all that. That's where you keep the possibilities alive within you. And that's where you opened up the windows of possibilities to other people. You might have just heard the one person say something bad, but I think of all the memories of when that one person actually showed up at my house, of how that one person actually came and had a kind conversation with me and was just the real person, and we got to chat and know each other. Would have never happened otherwise. Would have never happened if I had just regular old clothes that I'm not comfortable in anymore. It would have been nothing that drew us together. And so my clothing, my accessories, people that know a thing or two about something, they're gonna notice a thing or two on me and be like, I think I might got a question for this fella. Might have some kind of connection, some likeness, some sort of something. Well, let's see what's going on. And then you allow people to investigate. You allow people to look close. Because at first, whatever you're doing is not the norm. It's not what's familiar. It's the black sheep thing. People don't like stuff that they're not familiar with because generally that means it's unsafe. Generally speaking, um, not going on. Anyways, and and so there's a point of somebody seeing different on a regular basis. And then they see that different on a regular basis, but there's no harm, there's no bad, there's no chaos, there's no fighting, like nothing like that's going on. No matter what, that none of that's coming from them. So then they start feeling like, okay, like the person's not like fucking a-hole to the wall, and they get curious, and that's when they start inspecting. When they're inspecting, they're paying attention, they're watching. Okay, I'm aware this is how people are getting familiar with me because I'm different and new to the area. Obviously, I don't fit in any natural place of being of humanity. Depends what you call natural, what you living around, obviously. Though that curiosity sets in, that observation kicks in. So well, nothing to act on, nothing to do, nothing. I'm still me. I'll go ahead and look. And then sometime after that, somebody comes up and asks me a question. I get to talking with them, and they're like, "Huh, you're just all you're an okay person." Yeah, and they're like, "Cool, huh? Got a new friend, acquaintance, whatever." And then they talk to somebody, and that somebody talks to somebody, and somebody saw out their window because everybody's watching already, and then they're like, "Hey, this is an okay person." All right. So people's comments, people's objections at the beginning, people's initial, "Whoa, what's going on here? What is this that I'm looking at?" That's expected. That's part of. It's just part of the gig. And everything I'm describing, I did not learn it through the online process. I learned this in person. And this seemed about every 2 or 3 months I'd be in a place. Like, it takes so long for that stage to happen. And then that stage was happening. It takes so long for that one to happen. And then at that point, about 6 month mark, people start coming and saying a thing to me. Usually maybe about the year mark, depending where it is. How often I'm being seen, on and on and on and on. And so, it's a pattern I've noticed in the world. Nothing I've set up, nothing I've intended to do, but a pattern I've noticed. And once I notice the pattern, I can be more conducive with it. I can be more accepting of when things happen, when they don't happen. I can let the fast moments be fast, slow moments be slow, accept the dull moments, and excite those up with some video games or creation or mantras or whatever I want to do myself. and life continues. For me, there's always something bigger to grab, but in the moment, I'm just having fun. And that fun really is a bunch of work to other people, because this is not where their mind is. That's not what they think about all day. But I say, shoot, I want to learn about Egyptian life. Let me get some Egyptian oracle cards and some Egyptian tarot cards. And then I started working at the metaphysical shop, and I said, man, I said, I want people to feel like they're in an Egyptian, like, temple or something. And I found these tapestries, and I got the biggest ones I could get, and boom, put them on the walls, going all the way down in the metaphysical shop. And man, it was like, she's like, you walked in, it was like old temples, and, hanging gardens and plants, all sorts. Oh man, it's pretty cool. And then the inner sanctuary was in the back. Do the jams, and people call them ceremonies or rituals, but I like to call them a jam. Because a jam is a jamboree, and a jamboree is like just smashing it all together. But I kind of like arrange it. I think of like an accordion. You know, like if we're going to smash all this. It's like a good jam sandwich. Life truly is what you make it. And I've had people throughout my life tell me I should do this, I should do that, I should do this, I should do that. And I've had a bunch of people throughout my life as well tell me, be who you are, and you could be anything. Hmm. So I just kept being who I was, and people be like, don't be a poser, be who you are. Okay, all right, I'll adjust, I adjust. And I became who I am. And there will be a lot of different ideas, and shaman is definitely right up there, oracle, spiritual, and like the spiritual journey is much more than talking about it. For me, these are memories. There's the mantras and stuff I go over. There's some new ones, and I introduce. I learn some new things, and I learn new details, new parts of the story that I haven't become accustomed with. I know I read them before, but I haven't ROMmed it into my long-term memory yet. So I'm still becoming familiar with what I've already accepted, what I live, what I believe my world truly is. It's kind of interesting because in my book, I forget the word that it was, but I had this, the core of the book, I had it copyrighted years and years ago, like at least years ago, many years ago, at that many years, beyond 6 years ago. And, um, and there was a word that I came up with. There was nothing I heard of in science. There's nothing, no idea I heard of this, but it came into my head, and it said there is a gravity between everything. Everything has its own gravity. And that's when I was like, I put these two concepts of gravity together in one sense, and somebody looked at it, and it's Einstein's idea of gravity and somebody else's, and I put them together, and it's more of a magnetism that draws us to each other. It's more of a magnetism that draws things and directs things. And in the moment, I'm thinking about like my stones and stuff, and my staff. My staff, it literally has energy coming right off of it, like literally. You can feel the energy. It's got magnets. It's got the piezoelectric effect. You get a quartz crystal, tie wire. If you essentially create enough pressure, enough wire tied tight enough, will do that. And it'll start emitting a pulse. Arrange those crystals in a certain shape, and you're going to get that kind of radiance, pulsating of energy. And if it's stable enough, long enough, and unified, you'll feel with your hands the energy coming off of it. Literally. And so my mind can just put together different parts of our world that we drill into, that we take out, the iron, the stones, the different stones, and they're moving them, and then we get these birds, and they all crash into a building, or they all lose their ability to like connect different frequencies in the air, different metals being pulled differently. It's changing the magnetism within their very guidance of direction. And we see animals do this, mass die-offs and things, and why are they all beaching themselves? Why are they all trying to land on, why are they all coming onto the land? There's an energy on the land that's drawing them, the magnetism is off, and it's saying you're supposed to swim this way. So inside of their being, in their body, it says they're supposed to be water here, I'm going that way. And I see them doing that and following that, just like I would follow the divine spirit wherever it sent me. But at least I'm aware of man's interference. Ha! And the difference with divine timing. Ah! Let me see where the plan's showing me to walk, and that's where I'm going to fly. Yo, that's uh, that's so true. I'm gonna go with it, Jimmy. Is Jimmy on there? Jimmy, yeah. Jim or Jimmy? I like Jimmy. No, but I learned something from Citra. I can turn those off. It's all about happy, happy, joy, joy today. It's your option. That's 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 what each person is the king of. That you get to rule your space. That's what you get to do with your space. Other people, they're free to think about whatever they want to. But the last time I checked, if I signed, I talked about signing stuff earlier today, but if I agreed to work with somebody or work for somebody, they're requiring my physical body to perform a task. My mind can think about anything it wants while I perform. As long as I perform that task correctly, my mind, my heart can be wherever they want to be. And if I learn how to do something physically and be able to think and feel whatever I want to and be in my own space, well, then I could do that anywhere, any moment, at home. I do that each day. I do that at work. They come around, that's their problem. That's their wife. That's their lack. That's their need. That's their situation. They're the boss. They're the owner. They have the responsibility. They face that problem, not me. Not me. Did you make me part owner? Am I getting part of the fucking revenue? Am I a shareholder and getting a percentage? No, I guess you get what you needed me to do. And that's just that. Your heart and your mind are sacred. That is your temple. That is your holy space. That is your sanctuary of peace, of joy, of whatever you want it to be. Maybe you want the thrill, and so you drive fast, or you do this sport, or you do skiing, whatever it is you do, what it is you like to do. And that's what you get to choose to do because this is your life and they get to do with what they're doing with their life. And if it's all negative and bad, guess what? Whether it was you or somebody else, it don't matter how much good was done, they're still going to be of that disposition. That's why I just move on. There's no reason for me to be emotionally upset or mad or connected. If you continually be a sight in my mind beyond all my other abilities, you're going to become a comedy character. Every single time I see you in my mind, you're going to be bringing me comedy and something to laugh at. On the most loving of ways, not making fun of you, but some characters are better at comedy. Some characters are better at wise words. Some characters are better at, and I mean a character of the being, of the mind, of the heart, who one does become in life. Not a false character, not just something one's pretending to be, but one's actual true character of who they are at the core. And knowing that that one can change and can shift and say, you know what, yeah, that wasn't working out too well. I gotta shift my momentum and I need to switch to the wisdom, whatever. Each one can shift. We can mold how we want the world to be. And when it's done with love, there's only a good end result. And that good end result is peace in my heart. There's no in my heart, for what I did, was only good things, to make good things happen. And if something bad happened, that ain't on me. That ain't my shit. I did everything I could to avoid it. Shit, I blessed it so it wouldn't go bad. So if it went bad, that was the other person's choice. That's what they were wed to. That doesn't mean that's my life. And before, when I was younger, I felt like other people's choices. That was my fucking life. How they thought, how I thought in their presence, and all of that. Like that was my life. They really manipulated that for me. And that's a big part of letting people judge me freely. Because I'm going to find out real fast who my friends are or not. And then I'm going to find out who my family is real quick after that or not. Love that is true is not easy to find in this world because most people do not know how to care for it. They do not know how to maintain it. They know how to fight. And so when it comes down to anything else, the fighting can win it. They're just been a fighter. They've been brought up as a fighter, and that's not against anyone in particular, but our environment does craft us to be who we are if we are not aware. If we are blind in the senses and we just follow someone else blindly, we don't know who we become. Not in the first 20, 30 years of life. There's some smart ones out there. They might grow up a little bit faster than the rest. But for myself, growing up in life, and I know I'm fast on some things. I'm ahead. I get it. And other things, I am fucking slow as you got it a long time ago, and I still haven't got it. But I recognize in life that progression is not easy, that maintenance is not easy, that continuance is not something lighthearted, that the world is going to shape me if I don't choose to shape myself. If I don't choose to mold my mind, to grab the reins of your emotions. So you can let off of something, let off. All right, well, we need these ones. This emotion won't get us through the day. Let's use this one. And that's how we're able to shift and be adaptable. When people paint us into one picture and one light, we put ourselves in a container, and that container is one mold, one aspect. You get what you ask for. But for us to think in a multiple dimensional kind of a way, to see many situations of one event, that takes a lot of years of experiences, going through that same experience over and over and over and over and over and over. Because every single time we went, we lost all those times what we learned one point. We learned second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Now we know the whole cycle. All right, we can actually change something now and get out of that because we learned everything we needed to. And that's why, generally speaking, I pay attention to things a little bit more than normal, and I make sure and apply what I paid attention to. I make sure and think about that to give some real thought, some real consideration to those ideas, because that is going to help me go through something once and learn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'll learn the whole cycle in one experience rather than needing to go through it one time per lesson to extract it. And that helps me have a smoother life in my heart, in my mind, in my being, and knowing whatever comes up that maybe I don't know about. I know I can learn about it. I can adapt. I can do something. If I need to change, I can change. And that gives me confidence in my life of tomorrow. That confidence, not ill begotten, not false, but from a history of looking at my past, of those successes and those abilities, that spells the future. I don't need to worry about tomorrow. I don't need to worry about tomorrow. Why don't I need to worry about tomorrow? Because if something comes in up in that day that I need to worry about, shoot, I'll take care of it. And if it's something that's going to require a plan, well, then I'll be working on a plan, and I'm very aware of it. I'm self-conscious when I become aware of it. It's going to take about 2 weeks to process thoroughly, without any extra guidance, just kind of doing my daily thing. And then after about 2 weeks, I'll start experiencing things. I'll start following those experiences, and I'll start learning lessons and ideas that I never thought about before. And I'll be able to overcome whatever it was that was before me. I know my cycle, I know my process. Just because someone else may see in action doesn't mean that that's what's happening. As long as I'm aware of that, I have no need to prove nothing to nobody, because I know that's happening. Many people in the world, they want proof. Gotta have proof. Gotta have proof for first before they move forward. And the reality is that personal experience is everything. Without the personal experience, one heavily disbelieves in a reality that they can shift and work with. And the reality I've become aware is that we're all free to create, and we're all creators. Whether one's gotten to that ability, whether one is synced into that energy, that synchronicity, that synergy, all the good stuff that comes along with all of that, they are. And with the correct encouragement, with the correct surrounding, with the correct environment, they can become something they never actually thought was possible. That's the only reason why I'm around, is because people like that encouraged me on my path, told me about the good thing, helped me out, took a time to answer my questions and slow down in my speed. And so, as much as I can, it's something I seek to embody, to do what others have done for me, to help others along the journey. There's enough people hurting others along the way. There's enough people saying, well, you got to fill out this and you got to go through this process and blah, 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 blah. Shit. Just connect right here, right now. Boom, boom. And so I appreciate the different platforms, the technology that we have, the abilities to be able to interact with each other around the world at a fingertip of a swipe. Everybody able to make their own channels, wonderful things. I seen one dude was going through, I don't know where he was, but man, it was like a forest and looked like banana trees and a river going through, and there's a freaking white horse walking over there. And maybe somebody's house just fucking looked amazing. It was just them by themselves. It's amazing that we can open up our worlds to each other regardless of what our passion or interest may be. And there's a lot of people out there still looking, still looking. They don't know. They don't know what they want to be yet. And I think that's an amazing thing to be an ingredient, an aspect, an encouragement upon a life. And I've received some wonderful comments back throughout the years in person, email, other ways, and so forth. And surely it's a wonderful thing when you're able to help somebody. It's in any way with their life, and that can be the most unthought of way. Sometimes I say things, I guess this probably happens more than I'm aware of it, but I'll say something and somebody will take something from it and run with it, and man, that just made stellar everything for them. And I'm like, that's not what I intended. Glad you could use it and do something with it though. Like, hey man, like whatever fits, however one's able to see what they need to see in order to make a solution happen in their life. And that's a nice, good heart, nice, calm mind, at peace, joy, whatever one chooses to be. That's where you're going to find something worthful. I've never been around somebody complaining all the time that around producing life. Good, like generally producing life, speaking some good words. Got that garden or something? You know, that how you feel is going to impact those plants. You know that your season of growth can be greatly impacted by one's own presence. And so certainly I consider that the biggest, whenever I'm interacting with anybody in life, it's a fact, it's a reality. And it's been on my mind since I was 5 years old. I was traumatized pretty dang early in life. I went through enough. I shared it too on other days. And like we read earlier and brought out, our past does not define who we are. I looked at my past. I looked at what I survived through. I've talked to other people and they're like, man, I don't know how I'm still around. Man, I should have passed here. I should have died there. I should have done this. And I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. Yep, yep. I was revived once too. I'm right with you. Something been keeping me alive. So I looked at that, and the reality is, call them ancestors, call it God, call it Divine Father, Divine Mother. Darn, you got a guardian angel watching you, because you're supposed to do something with your life. They gonna make sure I'm gonna pull through, one way or another. So that whole construct of fear of loss, ultimate end, it's not there. Transformation can always happen. Transformation and development. Those options, they really let things fly. the energy in the world right now. One's relationship with the Divine Mother is closely linked to one's connection to karma of what one has done with their life and how they can change it, how they can get a new future. The actions that one performs each day of their life proves to the universe whether they're going to continue in that behavior or whether they want to learn. And so on my journey, I found where on drawing close to the Divine Mother, it's involved of clearing out a lot of negative karma in existence. It didn't belong to me at this point. I worked on my own, got that one out the way. And then she started helping me clean up things that did not belong to me, quite literally physical things of other people, houses, land, property, all sorts of stuff. What I get out of it, roof over my head, food in my stomach, if that, if the food. After years of clearing out negative karma, you are in a regular flow of listening to the Divine Mother and the Divine Father's direction. And karma, you understand, doesn't belong to you. That was it. It's over. As far as doing good or bad or things like that, I'm removing other people's karma, other ones that have passed on, so forth and so on. If you go on a journey as a shaman, that'll be part of the journey. And so that means really looking at that situation, no matter what was received, gotten, or not, to see it in a positive light, to see it a positive way, to understand what work was actually done there. And when I no longer had a sense, even when I look back and try to blame myself for things, and I could not justly blame myself for those things. I did my best. I tried to do the best in every situation. And life changes. It really changes. It when you feel like you gotta make up for some loss or something you didn't do, you're always chasing after something. When my mom was alive, I knew how much she did to take care of me and my brother. And I felt like I could work every single day for the rest of my life and not do enough good to help her. In the end, I felt different. It did help. It did make a difference. Things did change for the better. It truly did. Her emotions, her state of being. And a life without regrets, I'll tell you what, that's what you're after right there. If you don't have it, if you don't have nothing to regret, holy shit, you flying easy enough. Easy enough. You very clearly understand that other people have made choices. I very clearly understand that people in life have made choices they're not proud of, they don't want to remember, they don't like thinking about it. It's created an aspect of themselves they don't like, which means they don't have control over their own life, which means and equals they do not have free will. They live within a society that says you have free will, and yet they know they're chained at the hip to something, and it's that regret ultimately. I ain't got that chain on me. I might got a bunch of different things on me, but I ain't got that chain on me. Nah. So how can I go through life being happy or joyous or carefree and somebody else rawr? If I need to, I'll speak some words, I'll do what I do, and move on with my joyful self. Cause that self ain't far away, ever. It's right there. It's because somebody else don't see him. That's okay. Life is a rainbow, man. At least for me, I grew up on a rainbow was a cool thing. Had no extra meaning than just the miracle in the sky of just colors and stuff like that. I see different spectrums of colors. I see different perceptions. I see different chakras. I see different energies. I see a unity. And if you didn't know a rainbow, you could go pull up a picture. That's only half of the whole thing. It's a full circle. It's a full circle that's actually in existence, and all you're seeing is half bow. So that's even a change on perspective of what we're really seeing. We certainly do have an access of information all around us, and if we truly do focus our chakras, if we truly do, I know I drone on about this, but live one vibrational energy, that stability, that jed, that pillar of stability, that becomes the inspiration, that becomes the motivation for not just yourself, but for what other people get from yourself. Your presence changes lives. It shows people something different is possible, so that they can choose something different. They're gonna do it right then and there? Nope. I'll tell you something interesting and funny. When I worked at the metaphysical shop, it's kind of quite interesting how on Saturday and Sunday I would expect us to have a lot of business. Saturday we'd have a decent amount of business, but Sunday we'd be rather dead. I mean, pretty darn man, nobody seemed to come through Sunday. But then Monday and Tuesday, it seemed like a lot of ladies came through, and they seemed to be on their lunch break. I mean, this was not just a one-time occurrence. Like Mondays and Tuesdays were like regular for this. And for a while, I wondered like why Mondays and Tuesdays? Why are they coming in on their lunch break? And the only thing that I could make sense of is that I'd have the door open, I'd have the sign flash, and I'd be in my garb or dressed, however, whatever the case, and I'd be standing out front there, and people be driving to church. Dare the lady tell her husband what she's into, like crystals and stuff, and tarot cards, and sound baths and stuff like that. And that's the only thing I can make sense why they were coming in. Because it's not normally the accepted thing in life. It's not normally the okay thing to do. Well, that's what we have the power to change. We can make it the in thing to do. Fuck, if everybody's walking around with a fucking tarot deck or oracle cards, guess what? Motherfuckers in the world are gonna start getting their shit read to them on a regular basis. You wondering what's going on with somebody? Shit. Go get yourself a tarot deck or oracle deck. Work with it for yourself. And then think about that person. Have that person in mind. You don't need to light a candle. You don't need to fucking do nothing special. No crazy junk. Just think about that person and pull cards on them. And now you're going to see what they're like. You're going to see what's actually happening behind the scenes, what's really in their heart. And you know what's really in somebody's heart? A lot of times they don't even know how to verbalize it. So it don't even matter to tell anybody that stuff at that point. But shoot, a real psychic, somebody who's really doing what they do, working with this stuff, there's you can't keep you could lie to a psychic, but that lies you're gonna be seen real quick, real quick. It's not gonna hold up. So you don't gotta go to college to be psychic. You just tap in with what you already got. Oh my gosh. I learned a little couple tricks, learned some meditation breathing, you learned some stretches that allowed some different aspects to get moving. When the body's moving this morning I was able to start out with my stretching again. And people call it yoga, I just say stretching. And but I started out with that, and it is amazing that doing the stretching and having the body limber and ready to go for the meditation, that's important. That's good to be doing. It's easy to get out of a good cycle. It's easy to get lazy, and I like to recover. I like to come back from the hard life, if you will, even if it is for a moment or long term, however it turns out to be. But once I'm recovered on that rest, well, then it's time to start working, moving, doing things again, and getting the ball rolling. And again, that comes back to knowing my cycles and being in tune with it and respecting my body and understanding. That's why I'm doing that. That's why I'm taking that influence there. That's why I'm following in that there. Man, it could be completely against me. It could be it could have the worst fucking outcome imagined for me. And you know what? If the spirit says go down that way, I'm gonna go down that way. You wanna know why? Because they were thinking of doing something bad to me. But that bad, it got rid of something that I wasn't gonna let go of. It took it. So now my time is free and clear, and I can actually focus on what I need to do in my life because it didn't take me out. That big bad thing didn't take me out. It just took something, and that something was distracted. That something that it put me through was something I was unaware of that I needed to learn in life so that I wouldn't really get tripped up when the big kahuna, when I really ran into that situation. This was small fry work to get me ready for a bigger thing. Whatever the case, whatever the advantage in life, I'm going to see it in a positive way. That's how I'm going to work with it. That's what I'm going to do. So many people be unhappy with your choices in life. That's their unhappiness. That's the loss of their control to to have a fucking hold on you. Let them have the loss. You understand why they're frustrated. You don't need to fight back because they're frustrated and angry that they lost. And you living your life doing whatever you want. That's why you happy. That's why they angry. If I understand that much, which I do, then there's no reason for me to get angry. I understand why angry's angry. And I work past that shit. So let people be the judge that they want to be because all they're doing is exposing their reality. Love is unmistakable. Everything else, everything else, it has its own flavor, it has its own reality. I can identify it. And if I can't identify it, I know what it's not. It's kind of interesting. On the tarot system, starting out as the fool. That's what one is in life. They're a fool. They don't know anything. Stumbling through life thinking everything is roses and good. You go through all the experiences, all those arcane cards, and all those arcanes, and at the end of the journey, the fool learns how to turn the wheel of fortune, the wheel of the world. They can adjust it. And the fool finds out, coming full circle, nothing really changed. Still going through life, not knowing everything. And that gonna leave a lot of people confused because they're gonna wonder how I made it from one step to another. Well, I was able to adapt, I was able to change, I was able to adjust with my circumstances before anybody else was able to pick up those cues. I picked it up and I acted. Screw the crowd. I trusted my intuition, and that's what saved my ass quite literally, metaphysically, emotionally, and mentally across the board. I've listened to other people. I've tried other people's ideas quite literally. Hey, that sounds like a good idea. It opposes what I think, but you know what? It sounds like a good idea. I'll try it. And I'll try their idea, and life crashes out. Bad things happen. I'm continuing listening to that one. That was not a good idea. I tried it myself, and the results were no. Maybe if it works for you, okay, but it ain't got nothing for me. That's for sure. That ain't my. I don't work with that stuff. It is a sad reality when people spend so much energy and effort to hurt another person in life, emotionally, mentally, or any other way. If you ask me, that's a true crime in humanity that goes unpunished, unchecked. And that's why I speak the blessings I do, that they may reach the people who need them the most. Because I can't see everything in somebody else's life, let alone my own. But I can be aware of when something doesn't feel correct. I can make sure and cover myself in protection. I can make sure and do the good thing when I know I'm going into a foreign environment where I know things are not conducive to my health. I know that I need to walk with a little extra happiness in my pocket for myself, not false, not projecting it where it doesn't belong, but allowing my own energy to be respected by who I am, not being distracted by something else, whether it be a memory, whether it be the place, whether it be the people, whether, no matter what it may be. That's that's the goal. That's the worth. That's the real thing that's worth the shamanic journey. That's what's worth understanding, taking time to understand these types of realities in life. For each one of us, this stops the cycle of causing another one to go into a defense mode, energetically, psychologically, mentally. Every single one that chooses to be happy, to let the chips fall where they may, and say, you know what, I really don't like that. You know, I said I liked it a while ago, but I just said that to be nice, to be honest. You know, fuck it. Sorry, not sorry, but I'm just telling you, you know, that was a bad choice by me. I wasn't honest. I'm trying to be honest in life, so I'm clearing some shit off. I don't mean to be mean or ugly, but I'm just letting you know. There's a way to do things in a smooth fashion. Um, a lot of times we speak about waiting for the correct moment, and that correct moment means that we're emotionally doing stable, good, happy, and the other person is emotionally good, stable, happy, something positive. That's the moment we're waiting to happen, and something conducive, something appropriate where the wrong message doesn't get conveyed with the wrong emotions. We don't want to tie up the wrong emotions with the wrong information, because then the person, they're going to change what was said. And that's not what we meant to say at all, a lot of the times. Those are the moments that I want to help people get over. Those are the things in my book of which I mentioned, and like I put in my email, I'll put it in again. And if you want a free copy of my book, I'll send you a free PDF copy. Just shoot me an email and let me know. No sign up, no junk, no nothing like that. And if you want to buy a physical copy, it is available online on Amazon.com. Setchra, Setchra, same name is in the email and the channel there. And the book is a lot of meat. It's a lot of information. There's not a lot of fluff in there. It's for those on the shamanic path, for those noticing some oddities, asking other people, did you see that? You saw it happen? There's people noticing some different things not everybody picks up on. That's what I wound up creating a language out of experiences on the shamanic path, in which emotions and energy is closely tied and connected to that, and to be able to get out of the trap of those workings where people are going to stick you in a mental spot where you can't get out of. That's the worst prison of all. You can take that prison with you anywhere, and that person can go. They could be anywhere, and it's still as if you're going to bed with it. But your freedom and your choice of being the focus of your mind every single day, on what you choose to entertain, and what you choose to build, on what you choose to focus on, that's what you're going to create, and that's what you're going to be able to do. And who knows what you can become. Your imagination and your dreams are going to get you there, along with a good solid heart. Much love and many blessings, and everything will be live tomorrow at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's -4 GMT. If you're not in the US or in that area. And other than that, Donna De Guai, much love and many blessings.